True to today's topic, we have moved our studio to the river. We are actually floating while standing on River Danube. Secretly, we are actually trying to make you jealous and get you the feel of Budapest. The weather is not the best, but imagine the scenery in blue skies and sunshine. But let's talk water, the reason we are here today. Approximately 12 million tons of waste is released into our living waters every year, 80% of which enters the seas and oceans through rivers. Studies, innovations, startups are born all over the world to solve the problem we are a part of. One such project is Tidy Up, Save Our Rivers, which is all about improving water quality and reducing plastic pollution of the Tisza River from the source to the Black Sea. Tidy Up is implemented by 10 partners from 7 different countries and is supported by Interreg Danube transnational program. Today we will introduce you to the whole consortium and explain the main goals and activities of the program and much more. The organizers, the Hungarian Association of Environmental Enterprises and Filmjungle Society have asked the most renowned speakers in the field of living water pollution to speak to you today. You will also hear about the best practices and solutions later on in the afternoon. So today will be all about pollution prevention, collection and processing of pollution data, how to build a professional network system for common solutions, the most effective cleaning actions, the limitations and opportunities of recycling, fundraising and shaping attitude. We are also planning on a little surprise, but we will not give away that just yet. Just on a technical note, you will be able to ask questions from the speakers, so please use the chat option for that. The questions will be posed at the end of each session. And we will now start the day with the opening speeches. I would kindly ask Mr. Viktor Oroszi, head of the EU strategy for Danube the Danube Region Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, to deliver his speech. Viktor, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, participants of the Eco-Industria 2020 Expo. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's my privilege to be part of this professional event. Let me too warmly welcome you all from Budapest, from the heart of the Danube region. Today we convened virtually to kickstart a new initiative, the Tidy Up project. Thanks to the cooperation of professionals from 10 partner institutes of 7 Danube countries, as Zsófia mentioned, the project aims to provide us new information and policy support to manage in a more responsible way our beloved rivers and to keep them safe from plastic pollution. Plastics and microplastics are examples of those substances polluting waters of the Danube region. Besides their destructive aesthetic look, different plastic items, as results of fragmentation process, turn into microplastics, which can enter into the food chain and in long term can have a negative impact on the ecosystem and may also influence human health. The situation is recognized worldwide and by the EU, which put plastic pollution high on the policy agenda. The European Strategy for Plastics in a Circular Economy, as part of the Circular Economy Package from 2018, make the management of plastic streams a priority, including recycling targets for plastics of 55%. Moreover, the law obliges member states to achieve 90% of collection target for plastic bottles by 2029. And plastic bottles will have to contain at least 30% recycled content by 2030. Still, EU policies focus on marine litter and sea-based sources of plastics, while rivers delivering the waste get limited attention, although these are intervention points close to the sources. The link to freshwater sources should be established, as 80% of the 12 million tons of plastic waste yearly enters the seas and oceans through rivers. Ladies and gentlemen, the EU strategy for the Danube region, or EU SDR, how we say shortly, with its 9 EU member states and 5 non-EU member countries, is one of the 4 macro-regional frameworks of Europe established under the Hungarian EU presidency in 2011. EU SDR intends to develop coordinated policies and actions based on 4 pillars and 12 priority areas to reduce regional disparities and secure an inclusive growth. The water quality priority area of EU SDR, co-coordinated by Hungary and Slovakia, aims to ensure integrated water management towards reaching the good quality of waters in the Danube River basin. Besides priority substances defined by the Water Framework Directive, emerging substances also put waters in risk of pollution. Plastics generate also a significant problem in tributaries of the Danube River, like the Tisa sub-basin. The 2019 update of the Tisa River Basin Management Plan, prepared by a similar Interreg DTP project called Joint Tisa, recognized that despite national regulations, solid waste remained a problem. The reason behind is the mismanaged and illegally dumped household waste upstream. Thereby, large floods can bring up to a multiple thousand of tons of waste, with a significant part crossing border and spread along the floodplain forests in Hungary. These tons of waste were collected several times in the past and recently, requiring enormous efforts for Hungarian authorities and charged a significant amount to the Hungarian budget. The Hungarian NGO initiative, Plastic Cup, led by the lead partner of the Tidy Up project and supported by several Hungarian ministries, has done significant work as well in tackling and raising attention to the plastic pollution of the Tisa. Due to systematic mapping work of volunteers of the Plastic Cup, there is now a good knowledge on the location and types of waste dumps along the river. Beside on 8 years experiences of the Plastic Cup and the removed more than 50 tons of waste, now we know around 70% of the waste accumulated on the floodplains is still recyclable after sorting. To start common thinking, our colleagues from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade organized in 2018 an international roundtable discussion dedicated to the plastic problem of our rivers. 1 year later, Water Quality Priority Area of EU SDR developed a study called Plastic Pollution of Rivers in the Danube Region. As the topic of plastic pollution has become more and more highlighted during the recent years, with also impacting water quality measures. In addition, we facilitated the preparation and partner search of the Tidy Up project. Based on the project management's request, EU SDR delegates of the 14 Danube countries authorized the priority area coordinators to issue a letter of recommendation for Tidy Up, turning it to one of the flagship projects of the Danube region. Our colleagues in ICPDR also initiated different measures to manage the problem on basin-wide level, but this will be most likely shared with you by my colleague Mr. Péter Kovács in the next few minutes. Other initiatives, the Tiny Plastic Puzzle project by Westlink Hungary, or the Interreg Austria-Slovakia funded Plastic Free Danube project, focuses on plastic waste in and along the Danube River and on the floodplains. Ladies and gentlemen, plastic pollution is high on the political agenda. Our presidents are exchanging letters dedicated to this issue. We are ready to save our rivers. which needs international cooperation beyond EU borders, like Tidy Up. Therefore, we hope you will be all our partners to achieve changes. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Viktor, for your kind words. I would like to ask now Péter Kovács, Head of Division of the Ministry of Interior, to take the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here and represent the water sector, which is embedded in the Ministry of Interior at these days in Hungary. I'm a water specialist. I started my professional career in the Tisza region in the city of Nyíregyháza a long time ago. And that was my first encounter with the problem of the plastic pollution. I can clearly recall the moment when we are invited experts and representative of ministries from the neighboring countries, and we showed a big pile of plastic waste on the storage place, and we started to select based on the origin of the plastic bottles. It was a very nice exercise in 2004, and it was followed by the 2009 with a ministerial or a high-level meeting of the Tisza basin countries, also talking about the problem, the emerging problem of the waste coming down on the Tisza River. Later on, I also had many responsibilities related with plastic and communal waste problem. I also representing my country also in the transboundary water commissions with the neighboring countries, most of them, including the Tisza basin, where the problem is the biggest. I also can recognize that due to the efforts done in the recent years, we also were able to invite the ministers from the Tisza countries. And last year we had a high-level meeting in Budapest, and the new memorandum of understanding was signed by the high representatives, which is aimed for the improving the status of the Tisza basin, including the waste problem. Viktor already mentioned that the ICPDR also started to work, the Danube Commission started to work on the plastic issue, and last year, during the Hungarian presidency of the ICPDR, the joint Danube survey was conducted, and as a new element of the survey, microplastic was introduced as well. So we are in line with the activities, and I also had the pleasure in the recent years, first time during the Hungarian ICPDR presidency, to actively, personally participate in the cleanup process. I've been a captain this year and last year on a team floating down on the Tisza River during the Tisza Pet Cup. And I believe that those kind of activities are really helpful and really important, like this project. And I hope that the dissemination of the project will be also very successful. Just I want to highlight the importance of the public awareness, because the source is coming from the public usually. So it's really important just to learn by the people how to dump their waste when the bottles are empty. And I think it's really important to start this education as early as possible. Just one exemplar, I took my 8-year-old son to the Pet Cup, and when we returned home, he already invited all the children from the neighborhood to collect the waste, the plastic waste in the playground. So I think it's a really good result of the public awareness raising. And I also can share that the plastic issue became a high subject of every level of communication, but mainly on the global level, people are talking about only oceans. So as a water director of Hungary also, I wanted to highlight and raise the issue of the pollution coming through the river systems, which is ending in the seas and in the oceans. So I also think it's really important to include into the global processes also the inland water management, not only the oceans. And I really think that we have to eliminate the source. What we are doing now, collecting the waste, it's just a treatment, but not the cure of the problem. I hope that the waste management will improve in the neighboring countries as well. We are doing a lot of efforts through the transboundary commissions as well, and we have also very good signs from the other side of the border. Our Ukrainian colleagues are regularly updating us what they have done related with the waste management, and we are in the everyday contact with the colleagues also working on the other side of the border. So I hope this project will be also a great step forward to solve the problem, and we are also putting a lot of efforts into it. As I representing the water sector, I have to tell you that we are done a lot in the last few years. We invested 1.3 billion forints into the measures to remove the plastic waste and communal waste from the rivers. But it is only a temporary solution. We have to eliminate the sources. So thank you very much. That is what I wanted to say. And I wish very good luck for the project implementation. And hopefully we will clean up the rivers on a final way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter, for your kind word. Actually, just on a personal note, my 3-year-old yesterday asked me if next summer, when it's going to be warm again, if I'll teach her to swim. And I think once she swims, we will also join the plastic cup, because she already knows how to select plastic, but I think that will be such an experience for her. So we will actually now move on to one of our main supporters, the Danube Transnational Program, and I will ask Gustav Csomor, project officer, to take the floor and deliver his opening speech.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here and happy to be invited over for this important conference. I would like to welcome the organizers, the project partners, as well as all the participants of this conference in the name of the Danube Transnational Program, that is basically the financial supporting instrument financing the implementation of this project. As it has been highlighted by Mr. Orossi as well as Mr. Kovács, the plastic pollution of waters, rivers and oceans are becoming higher and higher attention all around. Nonetheless, there are plenty of things to be improved as well as solved. And of course, these solutions needs cooperation of many different kind of actors, be it the policy level, as well as operational level, the different authorities, including also, as mentioned, the citizens in the localities. But of course, there are important NGOs who are also kind of driving forces usually behind these cooperations. But talking about rivers like the Tisa and the Danube, which are flowing through several countries in our region, of course the issue and these effects and impacts of plastic pollution is also crossing the borders. Therefore, it's also important that not only within the countries or within a certain territory these cooperations are established, but cooperations are trying to find solutions for this issue on a broader scale all along the river. And that's exactly what the Tidy Up project is doing. And actually, that's the type of issues and problems what the Danube Transnational Program is supporting financially, transnationally level, transboundary issues that need territorial approach and cooperation of the key actors in this field. As I said, the Tidy Up project is an excellent example for such a solution, and it's also important that the project are, beside of identifying the solutions or trying to find solutions jointly, not only look in or focusing on those activities what they have in mind and what they get support for, but at the same time also look beyond the project and try to understand what is already achieved, what is in the pipeline, what's going on in other areas, what solutions are available. And that's why it's important that they also establish connections to other projects and other actors or innovative companies who has already some sort of solutions. And this conference at the moment, what we are taking part, is a good example for this. On the one hand, the project is already raising awareness of the issue, raising awareness of their efforts that they are going to take in the upcoming about 2 years, as well as trying to involve and take on board other knowledges and actors. And for this, I wish all the participants an excellent exchange of experience and knowledge, as well as fruitful discussions for this conference. And of course, for the project partners, successful completion of what they have in mind and what they foresee to complete within 2 years to make successful what they want. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Gustav, for your kind words. And now you will see a little video.
I know that near 30% of this bottle is from Ukraine, so I'm very proud that I can help Hungarian people to collect our Ukrainian garbage, because it's part of my job.
As you know, the ICP has been the International Commission for the Protection of the Danube River, which is a big organization, 14 countries plus the European Union. I hope this team will be very successful during this excellent competition.
So, I mean, part of the international team, the ICP PR team this year is always the best team, because it's a collection of so many different people from different places coming together for this event.
On the left side, before Fanyola, we found a big waste dump, and we were able to collect a huge amount of waste, but we were very careful how we collect them, because we also separated the different type of wastes at the end, and we will also try to really collect those wastes which were very impossible to reach it. So we were really, I mean, the team was really on it.
And after the collection, we turn litter into products as much as we can. I'm also an expert in the recycling of plastic and the converting of plastics. Let me give you some examples of what we did with the collection of the TISA last year. After the sorting of the waste, we bring it to special recycling plants, and then we turn it into these kind of flakes. We completely wash them and clean them, and with those flakes we have made new bottles, we have made bracelets, we can make clothing, and eventually we can also make, as I said, new bottles for detergents.
So we are selecting the waste according to the color, the origin. For example, communal waste, removing the top and putting separately.
We're very happy to be here at Petkupa this year. It has been amazing. We collect quite a lot of plastic. The first day we collected 15 big bags, The second day around 10, and today a bit less, but around 8, which is also a big amount. And we were shocked to see how much plastic you could find on the shores. It's insane, it's really a lot.
We are very happy that we have been invited to join Petkupa. So now we are able to go back to the Netherlands and say something about it, and maybe inviting more people the next year to join us.
And our goal now is to find a use for this plastic that you can find in the river, because it's such a waste to just see it here. So we will try to find something useful to make with it.
The adventure is ended. So I think we had a good week. We had a tremendous work. All of us with bruises, scratches, because the undergrowth was very thick in the forest. But I'm really happy, so we are looking forward to the celebration.
Petkupa második helyezettje idén 12.255 petákkal az ICPDR csapata. Kérjük a nemzetközi csapatot a színpadra!
And now I would like to give the floor to our captain, Attila Dávid Molnár, president of Filmjungle.eu Society and founder of Plastic Cup. Attila will introduce the Tidy Up project to you. Attila, the floor is yours. Captain, oh captain.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Dear all, my name is Attila Dávid Molnár. I am a wildlife filmmaker and co-founder of Plastic Cup. I was raised and born in Budapest here, and never for a single moment it crossed my mind that I could drink from the Danube. Swimming also was out of an option. We can say that it's an amazing thing to consider that nowadays the thing is completely different. Now swimming is an option, and it was forecasted by a friend of mine. Approximately 20 years ago, he came from East Germany and said, "Wait, Ati, just wait. A few years and the river will be cleaner," because that happened in East Germany after the Union. And he was right. And I think this is a wonderful story. Of course, drinking straight from the water is still not an option, but who knows, maybe someday it will happen. You can see here a few items from the river Tisza. And I believe as a filmmaker that a picture is worth of 1,000 words. I was lucky enough to film all over the world. And then came a time when we had to make a documentary about the plastic pollution of the Tisza. So we have a saying in Hungary that goes like, "Akkor kelj át a folyón, ha odaérsz a hídhoz," which is in English something like, only cross a river once you get there. But how to cross a river? Because on this side of the river, we have something like depression or sad stories or something that is not inspirational. On the other side, we have the opportunity to make impact. But how? So our idea was that to choose a completely different way of approach. Documentary filmmakers normally stay out of the picture. They just record. But in this case, we decided that we will become fully involved. And so we made this film.
Jöjjön a jobbik! Az első tiszai Petkupát megnyitom!
Ez micsoda?
Én vagyok a szelektív kuka!
Lehet, hogy még egy nap.
Nem tartó erő!
The reception was beyond all expectations. People really loved the film, and what happened here is really that you see a film crew, members of the film crew who started to get involved. They became part of a team. They built their own plastic bottle boats, started to sail the river on plastic bottle boats, searched for heavily contaminated areas, and then cleaned them up. It was a fantastic thing, but of course, you can say, how much did you collect? 1 or 2 tons. How many arrives just from plastic bottles? Tens of thousands, like tens of tons altogether within a year. So this is an end-of-pipe solution, they might say. Well, what I say is that there are 2 choices for us in these days, whether we are getting involved or we do not really know what the story is about. For me, the choice was clear. I was involved and I became a plastic pirate. Becoming a pirate or speak about piracy on an official conference like this might sound crazy, but the last time I checked, the Water Framework Directorate of the European Union didn't once mention the word plastic. Of course, this is changing. It's changing, all right? But it's safe to say that legislation always a little bit behind how things happen. So in the first Plastic Pirate movie, we said, to inspire local people, we will just make fool of ourselves. But why to inspire local people? Well, the thing is that people living next to rivers have many things to be a bit depressed about. First, let's see this video. There was the great cyanide flood in year 2000. According to the BBC, it was the world's worst ecological disaster after the Chernobyl nuclear leak in 1986. What happened is a massive wave of cyanide swept through the river and cleared all life from singular cell organisms up to fish or otters. Can we imagine what could this situation mean for a family that is into fishing for generations? No, I don't think we can. Then the situation 20 years later.
Az uszadékfával kevert műanyag réteg vastagsága eléri a több métert. Össztömegét több ezer tonnára becsülik.
So the thing is that after the cyanide flood, now comes plastic. Of course, this is something that is not as dangerous, you might say, and I have to agree, plastic indeed is not as dangerous, but plastic is only the tip of the iceberg. It's telling us that something is happening below the surface. Something is coming also within the water. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to cheer up the locals. We wanted to make fun and inspire them. And as you can see here, this is the plastic cup from the very beginning. We build boats and we compete. This is a very clever way to use a single-use plastic, namely the plastic bottle itself, from time to time. And I can assure you these plastic bottles are very durable. They are able to sail a ship for years and cover hundreds of river kilometers. Okay, in the next video you will see what we do with the caps of the plastic bottles. Well, we grind them, we shred them, and then we melt them, and then we compress them into boards. And if you think it over, what cannot you build from boards? You can build everything from boards. For example, here you can see the machine as it compresses the river plastic, and then there is the board that has limitless ways of usage. And in the next video, we will see how we use these planks, for example, to create mooring places or floating docks at the river Tisa. Here you can see that the docks float on plastic bottles themselves. So we build them very carefully. And then what we do is we cover these docks with the plastic planks. Then what we do is that we give these docks for local villages and make them happier, or maybe they can see that there are ways you can use plastic. In the next video, you will see that we found other ways to use boards. If you go to the next video, you will see that we were able to build traditional lodik. It's a fantastic little boat on the river Tisza. It's been in use for centuries, if not for thousands of years. And I can assure you from river plastic, you can make this boat as well. What else? For years, we've been producing a lot of used plastic bags during our cleanups. Nowadays, we recycle plastic bags as well. We grind them and we make granulates from them, and then we make new bags for new cleanup activities. In the next video, you will be able to see how we map the river for pollution. What we do basically is that we walk up and down on both banks of the river, not only in summer, but also during winter, and register the heavily contaminated areas. By using a free smartphone application, we register the size and the location of the contaminated place and create databases. On the next slide, you will be able to see the map that we have created. It's an amazing interactive map which brings all the data from a large data set and shows you only the places which affect the river itself. It's called the Tiszta térkép, or the Clean Tisza map. We have a saying. It sounds like lassú víz partot mos, which means slow flow can move shores or even mountains if you like. So after years, now we have hundreds of volunteers. We've built more than 100 plastic bottle boats, and we removed hundreds of tons of plastic from the water. And not only people we can inspire or talk to, but also institutions, other NGOs, even water management authorities, ministries sometimes listen to what we say. And it's an amazing fact. Can you still say that it is an end-of-pipe solution? According to another saying, yes. The saying goes like, kétszer nem léphetsz ugyanabba a folyóba. Something like, you cannot step into the same river twice. And indeed, every river is different. It's very different here in Budapest and different in Serbia or in Austria. The same goes to the Tisza. We cannot really achieve good results without seeing other sections of the river. So now, for the first time, we are able to step over the boundaries of Hungary. From national initiative, we have become an international initiative. Thanks to the project Tidy Up, our first European Union funded international project. On this amateur video, what you can see is that a friend of us is filming the very same river, the Tisza, but it's upstream, completely different, right? But the situation is very sad there and depressing, and the source of the problem is there. You can see one of the largest deposits on shore of Tisza in upstream Ukraine. Okay, on the next slide, I can tell you that we have seen the very same river, but in two different locations. Tidy Up will allow us to see on many locations, 6 countries altogether, more than 10 partners will collaborate and move the way we measure microplastic to a completely another level. We will also be able to use the way we do awareness raising and build a floating exhibition that will travel the project area, and we will lift cleanups to another level thanks to international cooperation. So Tidy Up, I hope, will be a great project to prove that what we have tried in Hungary will work in other countries, of course, after certain modifications. Only it will work if you help us. It's not only project partners that we need, but also other people from other NGOs, initiatives to come and join us, because the task is huge. we mostly concentrate on River Tisa and Danube, but we are happy to export all our knowledge or learn from your experiences. In the next video, all I can say is our volunteers are showing a winter cleanup. And I would love to show this video to you, but I think I'm a little bit out of time. So I cannot watch the whole video, but can we give a little sound for that video or not?
Tisa, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Okay. No worries.
Tista, tisa.
Yeah, thank you. Here is the sound. Just listen.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa. Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa. Tista, tisa. Tista, tisa.
Tista, tisa. Tista, tisa. Tista, tisa.
May I have the last quote, and I remember it's the very last. It says, ott vagy otthon, ahol névről ismered a folyókat. Your home is where you know rivers by their names. Well, just going back to the beginning of my talk, I remember that guy from Eastern Germany saying to me that, wait a few years and Danube will be in a better shape. Now, this is what I say. Let's work for a few years and Tisa will be in a much better shape. But only if we work together, then Tisa will be clear again. Thank you for your attention. Tista, Tisa. Thank you.
Further delay, I will move on with my presentation. Thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this launch of the very important project today. I'm Kostas Vallis. I'm here as an academic at the University of Leeds, working on circular economy and resource efficiency. And the last few years been focusing on preventing and quantifying plastics pollution. I'm also have the pleasure of chairing the ISVA Marine Litter Task Force, which is a special vehicle created by the international organization to help us fight against marine litter and plastics pollution. So I will share my screen. As I've told you, on my day-to-day work, I'm an academic based at the University of Leeds. There we're conducting research on solving some of the greatest challenges of our times, working on solid waste and recovering resources from it, and taking a systems view. Taking a systems view means that we're looking at all things, how they are linked together, and looking at comprehensive solutions. We're working on circular economy, informal recycling, quantification and benchmarking locally and internationally, plastics pollution, resources recovery, and so on. Based at the School of Civil Engineering, and our research recently featured also in the Academic Journal of Science, a global model we have co-developed. So over the last few years, and in collaboration with different organizations and definitely with the International Solid Waste Association, we were able to look at great challenges around the production, consumption, and mainly resource recovery and fate of plastics around the world. There's loads and loads of challenges, looking from global supply chains and of course accumulated in our recent science publication, and there will be new things coming out soon in a month from now, so keep an eye into that area. As I said, I had the pleasure of being involved into the International Solid Waste Association, and I'm working there with excellent colleagues into the Marine Litter Task Force, where we have co-developed a new tool called Plastic Pollution Calculator, which I'm going to be elaborating over the next few minutes to you. As part of the ISVA task force, we've been also involved into other international initiatives and global fora, like the United Nations Environment Assembly, and of course, like today's important launch. So I'm very pleased that we having this stop in our efforts to combat, fight against plastic pollution, fight against marine litter, and save our rivers. But how we can do that? As you can see from this infographic we've created, we're talking about complex and dispersed and differentiated sources, pathways, and sinks when it comes to waste plastic. It's not a single type of plastic, it's not a single product, and we're talking many different realities around and across the world. How can you come up with a solution? Well, first step is to understand what lies behind, and what we would say we see in the field and in the shocking videos we have just seen is a series of I would say, global systemic failures. A lot of them have to do how we are innovating and producing materials and products and consuming them and dealing them with when they become waste. So behavioral issues as well, but also about insufficient infrastructure, because there are loads of people around us, even in developed countries, actually, who don't have the right access to the waste collection and disposal services. And then it's a failure of the markets, because when we try to recycle and there's huge value embedded into the material properties of plastic, unfortunately, we're having to push that to the market. There's not sufficient demand for the material locally or globally. And of course, there are great knowledge gaps. And this is where the scientific and engineering and practitioners community comes in to join forces and help us understand how to tackle those challenges. And this is where I would like to focus today, on quantifying and solving plastic pollution. So it's important to understand for our sector that the term plastic pollution, marine litter, is not just now another buzzword. It's much more than that. Having started with the public health and environmental protection in mind some 200 years ago to deal with solid waste in a systematic way, we have now major other additional global drivers, like the humanly induced global climate change and the circular economy. Now, on top of those, we're definitely having plastics pollution. Plastic pollution takes many, many forms across the world. Of course, we're talking about pollution of the aquatic bodies like rivers. So we're talking about marine litter. But also there is material that is spread on land and getting into our water bodies from land, so terrestrial on-land pollution. And in many places, the material is set on fire, so we're having open burning. All these are different facets of the plastic pollution global challenge. So a few years ago, it was like 3 years ago, we released this first report as part of the task force, trying to connect plastic pollution with sound waste management practices, and so how we could, by applying those sound practices, prevent a lot of the damage that is currently done. And at that time, we sort of have speculatively focused on three high-level priorities, global priorities. We said we should be focusing on providing sound collection for all, and especially to the 2 billion people mainly in the low and middle income countries in the global south who don't receive such collection for their waste. But also in Europe and other more affluent places, focus on stopping the fly tipping, stopping littering, and of course closing dump sites that are near water bodies such as rivers. And I think the problem you're facing there relates to some extent in all three these key high-level priorities. Now, since then, we've done major progress actually in conceptualizing and understanding the problem. And where would you start if you have a situation like this, which I think is something familiar to what you're talking about? For example, rivers themselves are super important in multiple ways. They're not only polluted themselves as receptors, and some material will stay there forever, actually mainly in estuaries, depending on the flow conditions. So they're receptors and sinks, but at the same time, they're the pathways. They drive the problem downstream, as you know very well, and eventually to the seas. I would argue that it's straightforward actually how to approach today and solve those challenges. We have to move on 3 levels, on four levels, and then repeat them essentially. So we can prevent plastic pollution following 4 sequential steps. First, we need to understand our sources and the composition of our after-use products, our waste. We have to understand what is the material and the quantities we're dealing with and when do they appear. As a second step, we need to quantify what leaks into the environment and what are the main hotspots in its transmission, in its flow into the environment. After that, if we have done and we have quantified the problem, we'll able then to start identifying, ranking, and eventually prioritizing interventions, solutions that are should be actionable, should be implementable. And eventually we should benchmark 1 to 3 actions over time and space, because what a problem you see in one space, in one place, in one geography, in one neighborhood at a certain point in time is not going to be the same next day, is not going to be the same next year. We have to see the generic picture and put the local and time instance into context. All these, you cannot do them without a sequence. So I would say it's practically impossible to identify and rank and prioritize solutions if you don't go through 1 and 2, understanding your sources and your hotspots and leakage. So I would like now to focus my presentation in giving us those new solutions, these new tools we have at hand to actually quantify plastic pollution in order to move on and present it. With research we've been conducting at the University of Leeds, have been developing, working with different fronts and many important other organizations, 4 different types of quantification and plastic pollution measurement tools. I'll be going through them very, very quickly, but I would like to tell you that these span over different scales in space, geography, administrative boundaries, from global to countries to regional to local authority to neighborhood, and for at different levels of detail, from very detailed to very generic tools. And we need all these different approaches to be able to address the problem at hand. And you can see those 4 different tools: the P2O model, the Sport Global Model, the Waste Flow Diagram, and the ISVA Plastic Pollution Calculator. So the P2O model developed a collaboration with the Pew Charitable Trust and Systemic in London. We had the pleasure to release that global first model of plastic pollution, and in an important report, and the research was published, as I said, in Science. And on this research, we first see the scale, we see the magnitude of the problem for the very first time. So we actually see how big it is, and we project the possible developments over the next 2 decades up to 2040. And what we see is actually shocking. If we think we have a problem right now, this problem, without any immediate action, but even with the pledges of the current commitments of governments and businesses around the world, will keep escalating at an absolutely worrying level. So cumulatively, up to 2040, we're going to have around 1.3 billion tons of plastic released into the environment globally, and even much more. Over 2 billion is going to be openly burned. This is just unacceptable. Now, the good news is that we have explored a series of scenarios on how to solve the problem. Scenarios that we think are realistic and are based on existing mainly technologies. And as you can see in the graph in front of us, there are some key findings. The key finding is that we cannot really eliminate plastic pollution up to 2040, but we can substantially mitigate it, bring it under control. To do this, we need immediate, concerted, and decisive action. Interestingly, what we have proposed as collecting the waste in the very first place, this is, we have confirmed through our global model now, that this is the single most important we could be doing, is the most effective single action. On the other hand, no single action can solve the problem. So we need a combination of different types of solutions, upstream solutions, innovating for a circular economy, but also collecting the material, reducing and replacing plastics where we can, especially for the single-use disposable plastics. Of course, scaling up the collection for recycling, most important, and collection altogether, mechanical recycling and chemical recycling, and so on. So we really need to work on a multitude of solutions and also across the value chain to solve the problem. However, if we were serious about it, it is possible to prevent plastic pollution. Now, that's good to say, but how you go about it, if you're working on a local level, really, that's far more complicated, actually. How you take into account things like land use, street sweeping, geography, frequency of collection, drainage system, type of containers, wind, precipitation, disposal, informal sector, slope, and so on. It's a really complex problem on the factors that affect the release and transmission of the plastic waste into the environment. So this is where the engineering and scientific community, along with practitioners, steps into the tools we've been developing. So we need solutions that work at the local level, where most of the problems are going to be seeking for solutions and implementing solutions. We need tools that work for very different types of human settlements, from informal settlements to very affluent downtown centers. And they would have their different types of challenges. One would have uncollected waste and open burning and dumping and open sewers. The others would have problems with littering and tourism and so on. So we have created the tool we call ISVA Plastic Pollution Calculator, which you can always go and find more information about in our web page that I'm giving you the links. So the Plastic Pollution Calculator is a tool that enables you to establish the baseline, to understand where you are now, what's the level of plastic pollution. And this gives you the opportunity to benchmark over space and time, revisit it after you implemented solutions. So by establishing your baseline, you can then move on to quantify your actual sources of pollution and the hotspots accumulation into the environment. And therefore, as a third step, as I said, prioritize areas for intervention and types of intervention. How does this work? Right, so it offers you a conceptual framework. All these different factors, we've grouped them together in a logical order, explaining how they're interconnected. And we, behind that, we're having spreadsheets, we're having mathematical calculations that they work on data and have guidance on how to collect the data. We're looking at aspects such as the things that affect waste generation, what happens with the waste, infrastructure and services, what happens at the very point of release into the environment, and eventually when it is in the environment, how it moves in there and accumulates at different places at different degrees. I'm not going to go into the step-by-step guide on how it works, but you're very welcome if you want to contact me separately on that. But I would have to say that there are some key factors that are really critical, like understanding the waste generation. Surprisingly, we don't understand it well enough, and especially from commercial and institutional waste. In certain parts of the world, open burning also plays a key role, and if we don't quantify it, we don't have the big picture. Informal sector is also operational with both positive and negative impact actually on plastics pollution, and the plastic pollution calculator explicitly takes this phenomena into account to see how they're contributing. Okay, so if you were to apply this model, quantification model, we can start understanding where the leakage comes from, and you see some typical results here. In this particular case, for example, comes from waste waiting to be collecting and overflowing recycling bins, actually, from littering and from uncollected waste and so on. It could be totally different in some other case. What you can also expect to see is a split in the composition, not only where the leakage comes from, but what is the form that the leakage takes, which are the most prevalent plastic items, categories that are responsible for the pollution. Most importantly, also, you can see the flow over time. So your systems are dynamic. So taking into account your climate, like precipitation and wind and seasonal phenomena, but also events. If you have a touristic event or you have a celebration, this will generate a spot and a time slot of increased waste generation. So with this tool, you can take into account and saw the evolution over time, so that you can know where most of the problem is going to be happening, when the waste is going to be reaching the river or transported into the river. And you can see that not only for sources, but you can see it on the pathways to the water. So if you want to know when and where the plastic will go into the river, with this tool, you would have an understanding so that you're able, again, to intervene upstream before it gets into the river. It's really important, however, to communicate the big picture to the politicians, to the decision makers, to the local authority experts, and that's what we are doing also with this tool. We're working on high-level visualization, like this flow diagram, to say what's the fate of the plastics overall. Now, I had the pleasure of applying that in major places, such as the whole island of Bali in Indonesia, which is a major global touristic destination. And we're working now with the government to implement solutions. So we're able to prioritize areas. And surprisingly, some of those areas are not necessarily where you would look at in the very first place. And there will be a new website would be launched by the Bali Partnership. So keep an eye on that area. We've been given some information in the Waste Management World Journal and doing some leaflets, but of course we can provide you with much more material on that. Now, this wouldn't have been possible without the sponsorship of many important organizations, which are grateful for their support and collaboration in making this happen. And of course, you're very welcome to join the and support. We're very much interested to join projects like Save Our Rivers, and we are available to involve in discussions on how we can implement those tools into the areas of interest. At the moment, we're having many projects all over the world, from practically across the global south, but also in Rotterdam and other places. And if you want to take another approach locally, you could also apply the waste flow diagram. This is another tool we developed. This is a bit simpler than plastic pollution calculator. It has the beauty that is interlinked with the Sustainable Development Goal 11.6.1 and has a municipality focus. I'm not going to dwell on that, but I'm gonna start discussing briefly now, as approaching the end, how and what can be done towards the regional or bigger level. So you could look at cities, but maybe you have a whole river basin, and how you could be approaching the river basin. Well, the two ways to approach the quantification of plastic pollution at river basin. One would be to apply the plastic pollution calculator multiple times, as we've been doing in Bali, and make this a whole picture appear. But if you're more interested in the transmission also into the environment, we have developed another tool that has already been used by United Nations Habitat and other major organizations, and we call it SPOT model. This is a global model, and you can see some indicative results here for Africa and South Asia, mainly India and around. And these quantifies starting at a municipality, at the local authority level, using GIS, geographical information systems from there to tell you where your pollution occurs, and then tells you also what is your leakage and where you could be intervening. As I said, we're having major projects on that around the world. We're very particularly pleased to be working right now on a Swedish Environmental Protection Agency supported project in Brazil with the International Solid Waste Association, Abrelpi and Alfred Sverige. And we're applying both the plastic pollution calculator and the SPOT model across the whole country. We're working also in the state of Kerala, in India, and elsewhere. So that's what my high-level message is today. It is important to understand that plastic pollution now is a key driver for managing waste and resources, alongside climate change, circular economy, and the good old protection of public health and wider environmental protection. And I'm finishing in 1 minute. Thank you very much. Preventing plastic pollution, it is possible, but through immediate, decisive, and concerted efforts. And in order to do that, we have quantification benchmark tools, which allows for evidence-based and effective action. It's really important to intervene upstream, because when it's in the water, it will start breaking and get from macro to microplastics, and then it's extremely, extremely difficult to collect it. So thank you very much once again for joining me today in this small presentation on how to quantify plastics pollution and prevent it. It is feasible. We have tools in place, and I'm very pleased to be following this a new important project launched today and see how it can make the difference in saving our rivers and preventing plastics pollution. Thank you very much.
I apologize for the technical glitch we had at the beginning, and I didn't have the chance to introduce you. We will have one question for you, but please allow me to now do my chore and tell our listeners that that you are our lecturer at the School of Civil Engineering at University of Leeds and a task force leader of the ISWA Marine Litter Task Force. I do apologize for that little mistake at the beginning. We have one question for you, and that would be on the prevention side, who do you think is the most responsible for the pollution? And who do you think could have the best solution to solve this problem?
Yes, thank you very much. I would say, as you can see also in the diagram behind me and trying to explain, is a super complex challenge. We don't have a single source. We don't have a single point of release into the environment. We have downstream transmission of the environment, and we have transformation breaking down from macro to microplastics. We have a super wide range of plastic materials and plastic products. So we cannot pinpoint, unfortunately, to a single individual, to a company, to a material, to a government, to an organization. So that's why solutions have to come across the value chain, should come through collaboration, and should be integrating and comprehensive, should be across the system. The solutions also should be locally adapted, being that at a local authority or region or a country. And to do that, to understand what is the most important sources and hotspots and priorities, you have to apply plastic pollution quantification toolkits to arrive into a rational, evidence-based set of effective solutions. Otherwise, you might be wasting our resources on money, time, and effort on things that are not going to work.
Great, thank you very much for your presentation and for answering our question. I have to say, personally, really like the background that you have behind you. It's very suitable for today's occasion. Thank you for that extra little touch. We will now move to our next speaker, who will be Dr. Adam Kovács, a technical expert on pollution control of ICPDR. Dr. Kovács will talk about the plastic pollution in the Danube River Basin. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for disappointing you. I have a quite simple background, just a white wall, but I hope that you will be still happy with me. I will just, in a minute, I will share my screen so that you can see my slides. Here we go. First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings from Vienna, where the mood is slowly improving somewhat after the dramatic event we had to face earlier this week. Thank you very much for having me, for inviting me to this webinar or conference. We are really happy to be here, and I would like to first congratulate to the project partners for the successful application, and we look forward to cooperating with you in this project, and we are happy to be an associate strategic partner, and we will support the overall project implementation. Today, in the next 15 minutes, I just want to give you some hints where we are in terms of plastic pollution, monitoring, management, and whether we have good knowledge or still knowledge gaps. You may decide after my presentation. But first, let me start with the Danube River Basin and the ICPDR. But the basin is quite something in terms of river basins. We have 800,000 square kilometers over a catchment area. We have quite a massive water flow at the mouth, more than 6,000 cubic meters per second. Almost 90 million people call the Danube River Basin as home. But more importantly, is the most international river basin in the world because 19 countries share the territory. And we have also quite large heterogeneity in terms of natural and socio-economic factors, landscape, soils, climate. We have different cultures, languages. We have EU countries, non-EU countries. I think I don't have to continue this. But this large variation of different factors and the heterogeneity make the water management in a large basin quite challenging. And this was basically recognized by the Danube countries in the late 80s, early 90s, where they started discussing how to cooperate on fundamental water management issues. And these discussions and negotiations resulted in the Danube River Protection Convention, and the signature of this convention, which is a main legal background for transboundary cooperation in the basin. And 4 years later, the ICPDR has been established to implement the convention. Later on, the Danube countries also mandated the ICPDR to facilitate and coordinate the implementation of the EU Water Framework Directive and the Flood Directive from all transboundary aspects in the basin. And as a key product of the WFD implementation, the ICPDR is developing river basin management plans every 6 years according to the requirements of the Water Framework Directive. But if we look at the last one, I mean, the main result of the last river basin management plan from 2015, you see that a lot of progress has been done, but on the other hand, still there is room for improvement and a lot has to be done still in the future. You see we are in a good position in terms of chemical status, in a not very good position in terms of ecological status. You see that only 25% of the water bodies was in good status in 2015. So still there's a room for improvement. In the last river basin management plan, 4 significant water management issues have been identified for the Danube River Basin. 3 of them are related to pollution, organic nutrients and hazardous substance pollution, and the 4th one was the hydromorphological alteration. Since then, a 5th one came into the picture. This is the climate change effects. So now we have in total 5 different significant water management issues important for surface waters. You may ask where the plastic pollution would fit this system, and it's a legitimate question. And honestly, I don't know the answer, because when the last river basin management was elaborated, we didn't really touch the plastic pollution issue. Of course, we were aware of the problem here and there, but we didn't consider it as a basin-wide problem. So the river basin management plan for the Danube didn't really discuss this issue. However, since then, the issue has been emerging more and more, and we also learned how important it is, for instance, from the science. We have more and more scientific evidence how the marine waters and the coastal waters and even the beaches are polluted by plastic. And also, we also learned that there's a strong link to the marine water pollution and the freshwater pollution. So the massive amount or contribution can be then linked to the freshwater, to the rivers. That was a quite clear signal that we should start investigating what the situation is in the Danube River Basin. On the other hand, there is a political momentum at the EU level. Victor Orossi already mentioned that the EU announced the plastic strategy, which goes into the sustainable use of the plastics in Europe. But also lately, the European Green Deal has been announced, and with its zero pollution ambition, which aims at massively reducing the pollution of chemicals and also the plastic. So these aspects made us more motivated to get more active on that. So we had a carrot in front of our nose, and that encouraged us to do something. And the first step was, before starting an investigation, to look around what has been done in the basin. And there are some studies, for instance, and I would just list 2 of them, both coming from Austria, investigating the Danube River in an Austrian part of the Danube on the plastic abundance, and also the plastic river loads and different flow rates. And what interesting finding was from the first study from the University of Vienna in 2014, that there is a significant role of the raw industrial materials in the plastic debris. High density was found almost 80%, although the mass was only 30%, but the item density was quite high. On the other hand, they also found a significant annual variation in terms of density, the mass, and the composition. They also calculated the plastic load to Slovakia, and also based on a relatively simple extrapolation to the Black Sea. But these numbers are quite threatening if you consider that 4 tons per day plastic are transported to the Black Sea. So this was also a signal that, okay, guys, let's look at the situation in more detail. Another investigation was published by the Environment Agency of Austria, also investigating the Austrian Danube from the entry point at German border to the outlet point at the Slovakian border. Another interesting finding here, that the 90% of the overall plastic is considered to be emitted by diffuse sources. Only 10% is attributed to industry, the pellets and the flakes from the overall amount. They also estimated the plastic input to Slovakia, and you see that it's a bit lower than the other study, 0.1 tons per day, but they are quite comparable, the same order of magnitude. There's another project which is still ongoing, the Plastic-Free Danube, which also looks a bit to the problem from the scientific aspect, but focuses on the macroplastic, particles larger than 5 millimeter. And they are investigating a specific section from Vienna to Gabčíkovo between 2 hydropower plants. And they want to establish a sound knowledge base and methodological approach how to assess the plastic pollution. And some of the technical activities are presented here. They developed a screening and sorting protocol for the plastic, and they also investigated the composition of the different screened debris. And also they tried to identify potential plastic accumulation zones, which is in line with the messages from Kostas, the last speaker. It is very important to understand where the sources and the hotspots are, but it also look at the environmental threats in terms of chemical analysis and the plastic waste leachate. They're also strong in terms of awareness raising. A lot of workshops they organize for teachers, students, and also attending public events to promote the project. I think it's quite important in this domain to undertake a proper awareness raising activity. We also know that there is a hotspot in the Danube River Basin, a hotspot region, the Tisa River Basin. We heard about this morning, where we draw a specific attention to the problem in general and also to the public, to the plastic pollution, sorry. We have a TISA group comprising 5 TISA countries to address specific issues, water management issues. And in 2011, in the framework of the UNDP JEF TISA project, the first TISA River Basin Management Plan was developed. And this was accompanied by the demonstration project focusing on the plastics and also to reduce the plastic waste pollution in cooperation with local citizens. And basically this goes back to the source and the problem that was the inappropriate use of floodplains and the illegal and inappropriate deposit of plastic waste that is mobilized by the floods and then causing downstream pollution. Within this demonstration project, a lot of waste was collecting at the riverbanks. Also, the project provided solid waste containers and comprehensive machines and also produced education materials. So at least 3 different key elements of the management was let's say, touched. The cleanup of the riverbanks, improving the infrastructure of the waste collection, and also producing education materials. 8 years later, in the frame of the joint TISA project, which aimed at strengthening the cooperation between the flood management and the river basin management, an updated TISA River Basin Management Plan was elaborated, and this sets the priorities for water management for the next management cycle. And in this document, already the plastic waste disposal, the illegal and inappropriate disposal was recognized as a priority issue, and therefore recommended measures are included into this plan. And also there is a concept plan for the new joint TISA survey where the microplastics plan to be monitored and investigated. I don't think that I have to introduce in details this activity, the TISA Plastic Cup. We also heard a lot about that. We consider it a brilliant activity. It's non-governmental, it's non-profit, it's voluntary, it's a bottom-up approach, it's a good mood, and it's a very good objective. I think it brings together nature, citizens, society. So we really congratulate to this activity. I'm proud to say that the ICPDR was attending the campaign last year when Peter Kovac was the captain of the ICPDR boat, and he successfully navigated and coordinated our activities, and we ended up in the 2nd place. But here, not the ICPDR who should be praised, but the whole initiative. So guys, keep going with this. We are happy to support and participate also in the future. These were just some hints what we learned from several activities and how we followed them. And this really encouraged us to get more active. And we were thinking what to do at the basin-wide level. And we found a good vehicle to start the activity. And the vehicle is the joint Danube survey, which was accomplished in last summer last year summer. And this is, if you don't know it, this is the most comprehensive freshwater monitoring campaign in the world. We accomplish it, or we undertake it every 6 years. This is now the fourth. This was the fourth survey. And this is basically, the aim is to provide comparable, reliable information on several water quality elements. In the first 3 campaigns, we had a ship which was traveling down from Germany to the Delta. I found it quite a romantic expedition, because a bunch of scientists were traveling down with the ship, and then they just spent time together and took samples and analyzed them, and some of them on the board. However, for this survey, for the last one, we changed the system, and we had targeted expeditions undertaken by the countries. So this is a different system, which gave us higher flexibility in terms of monitoring also the tributaries, and also the ownership of the countries were higher, and also we could ensure that the skills and the capacity was strengthened at the national level. So we are proud that we could provide a platform for knowledge transfer to improve the monitoring practices. And especially a main goal is also to close information gaps for the next river basin management plan. Focusing on the plastics, the main aim of the plastic sampling was to have a first data set which is comparable and harmonized over the Danube River Basin, and give us information, the entire length of the Danube on the plastic. And with this, we can describe somehow the burden. And this would be the first step to have an understanding later on where the plastic comes from. Also, a critical issue or feature is the awareness raising and the improving skills of the involved national experts, because it was a cooperation between the concept developers, the German colleagues, but also the local experts in the countries. We use sedimentation box in almost 20 sites in the River Basin, and so this sampling is mainly focusing on the suspended solids and the plastic content of suspended solids. But we also organized at seminars to train the national experts, because it was quite critical to have a good and smooth cooperation, and that everyone understands what to do and how. Also importantly, this sedimentation box or the sampling device will be then was provided by the Germans, and we also stay at in the countries for further use. And basically, this is where we are now. Unfortunately, the results are not available from Jordan's survey. If they were, my presentation would have been a bit different. But I have to conclude with this slide now, and it tries to give you an answer where we are in terms of knowledge or knowledge gaps. And I think we are in between. We know a lot, but still there are several activities and things to do in terms of providing an interface between the different actors. For instance, policy making and science, bridging the science and policy, the practitioners and the policy is quite important. Bringing together also the waste sector and the water management sector, involving the public and the society. So I think overall an interface should be developed. And also we have expectations to the project. We want to see harmonized approaches for monitoring and analysis of the plastic. We need an information on the sources and pathways, and I think it was very nicely emphasized by Kostas that we need very much this. We want to see also a catalog of measures. We want to promote best practice examples, and very importantly for the ICPDR, the policy recommendations would be very important. How to align sectoral policies, water management and waste management, and what to do at the source, and what to do, how to quantify the fluxes, and how to then orchestrate the different activities. And finally, it's also would be good to have direct inputs to our next river basin management plan, which is due to the end of next year. So it's a sort of plea to the project to provide as much inputs as possible to the next generation of the river basin management. Thank you very much. I stop here. Please find us at several social media channels. I'm quite sure that at least one of these listed channels you are familiar with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you for your presentation. I was a little scared with your last picture because that gap looks a bit too big for me to jump over, but I hope that's just an illusion, and in reality, we are much closer to a solution. Adam, please stay with us because if you have some time, because after Joao's presentation, we will have a Q&A session. Hopefully we will have some questions for those of you listening to us. Just a kind reminder that you can send your questions in our chat, and then I will ask that from the speaker. So once again, thank you, Adam, very much. And now we will move on to our next presenter. His name is Joao Sousa. He is a senior project manager at IUCN. He will take the floor and speak about the marine plastic footprint. Joao, the floor is yours.
So, good morning, everyone. Sorry for this delay. Thank you very much for the invitation. And of course, congratulations for the launch of the TADI project. I have to confess that I was invited already a couple of times to be part of the cleanup in the river. And it always coincides with my summer holidays with my son. So it's very difficult to practically manage things to go to Hungary. Let's see if this year allows me, not only in terms of timing, but also in terms of lockdowns around all Europe. So basically, the presentation, I'll start very briefly to explain a bit of ourselves, IUCN, which the largest environmental network. We are a union, and basically we are a network, not an NGO. We are constituted by member organizations, 1,300 growing, around 10,000 experts divided in commissions that we tap in every time we need some support in specific areas. And we drive to have some policy impact and support conservancy and all around the world. IUCN is divided by teams. I work mainly on marine and polar global program. And inside the marine and polar program, I've been focusing the last years in the plastic tap program, or close the plastic tap program. So we have defined an approach along the years when we started to work with this issue, plastic pollution, was we tried to refocus a bit, that knowing that it was feasible from the ocean perspective. The problem was not really the oceans, because, well, we don't produce plastics in the ocean, so we need to understand where from. The idea was to develop then data analytics around this, and this is basically what we're doing, trying also to establish economic cases for solutions and do policy assessments in different regions of the world. The whole idea is that we set the standards to fight this type of pollution. Now, to do this, as mentioned by Costas previously, we really need to understand the sources, where it all comes from, in which format, and from where, and how long does it take to arrive. So a lot of work that we do, and we did before, was related with quantification. We did this for the entire Mediterranean basin. We just released the report last week, and we've done all of this for the Baltic also, trying to understand what is the contribution of each country in terms of plastic leakage per country, per sector, per pathway, per year, and per type of polymer. Only knowing this, it's easy to, well, easy. It's more straightforward when we need to address the pollution if we understand the sources, where they're coming from. So we have now more understanding about how all this happens in terms of plastic waste generation and leakage. And here I should make clear out the definition we're using, as the most simple example is when I open a bag of cookies and I eat all the cookies, the packaging has just become plastic waste, because it's not useful anymore for the primary function it was designed for. If I open the window and the plastic flows outside, then you have a leakage. So you always have this differentiation between plastic waste generation and plastic leakage. We've been developing projects all around the world. Some of them more policy focused, like the Mar Plastics. It's one of the biggest projects we're running now. And this project happens in 5 countries. In Africa, we're running this in Mozambique, Kenya, and South Africa. And in this stage, we're running this in Thailand and Vietnam. We are now working with the governments and regional bodies to promote and enforce legislation where needed. We are also running a sub-grant mechanism to support circular economy demos around these countries. And it's quite successful, the project right now. And the second biggest project we have running right now is the plastic waste free island. This project that we're running now, it's taking place in 3 regions: the Mediterranean, in Cyprus and Menorca, and in Caribbean, in St. Lucia, Grenada, and Antigua Barbuda, and in Pacific, in Fiji, Samoa, and Vanuatu. The whole idea is you try to understand and to have a snapshot of how much plastic waste is produced per country in 1 year, per type of polymer, but per sector. So then we have a material flow analysis that tells us exactly how much this sector is producing and the associated leakage. Then if we have an understanding on all of this, which we have the snapshot for a year of the plastic waste that is generated by sectors, by country, we can then separate this in 2 types of streams. The one that is recyclable on its purest form, and the one that is non-recyclable. There's nothing to do with it. So the idea is trying to understand, with the support of existing policy, and where it doesn't exist, we need to understand into a policy gap analysis, see where it could be changed, and also through economics, trying to understand if there's business case to do so, trying to understand if, for instance, what are the best technologies or the most suitable technologies to address these non-recyclable plastics. Because in some of these countries, what is being done right now is mostly in situ burning, landfill, and basically trying to understand what other options we have locally that could be deployed that would make sense under their policy, and if there's a business case for it. So the whole idea is that at the end we have a blueprint across these 8 islands, small island developing nations, to be more precise. So all the lessons learned compiled into one single document that tells you how to address this issue from the island perspective. So as I mentioned before, the whole idea of this big project, we are now at half of timeline of the project, is to generate knowledge, but also trying to understand if there is a way to develop new value chains for the plastic that can be recycled. As an example, when you mentioned that after the cleanup, you're doing the docks and the marinas and the harbors, the idea is that what types of solutions can we achieve and what type of products can be produced locally using that type of waste with local labor and making products that would be useful for that country. So the idea is that in a way, we promote a bit more circularity. Of course, at the end, some of this plastic at the end of life, just increasing lifespan, they need to have another way to be processed. So this is in a nutshell how we're doing this project. We are now spawning our interest on other areas because we understand that the tools we've been developing to assess plastic pollution, namely the marine plastic footprint, we can expand this to other types of materials like tires. And of course, when we start to work with these visualization platforms, where we put all the data that we're gathering from all the countries, we start to understand direct relations between tire deposits and human health concerns derived from because tires are a breeding ground for mosquitoes, open dumps, like can you see the photo on the right in one of the small island developing states. The photo underneath is a dying mangrove as a result of effluent coming from a landfill. So this is when you start to plot all this information, that it becomes a very powerful tool to decision makers across some of the countries we're working now. So this is now, just removing this. This is now some of our most relevant reports. As you can see in this list in 2020, we launched the plastic footprint, the marine plastic footprint. The third one, which is Plasticus Mare Balticum, and the fourth, which is the Mediterranean. So the first one is a comparative review analysis of all the plastic footprint tools that are out there. The second one, the marine plastic footprint, is the way we address and we quantify all of these materials. And the one, Mare Balticum and the Mediterranean, are more a synthesis of the project where we quantify all the sources per country in both regions, the Baltic and the Mediterranean, using, of course, our marine plastic footprint. The whole idea is that we measure with a purpose, not just measuring, but we need to understand why we're measuring and where does it lead to. So the whole idea is that we use this and we develop this methodology to quantify, and we use this experience to refine it more and more. And eventually this marine plastic footprint, where you can calculate the leakage from countries and products and the contribution of each of these countries to several pathways into the pollution in the oceans, led into another two tools or projects in this case. One is the plastic leak project aimed at private sector. How can you talk with private sector? I'll give you an example from a company that produces t-shirts, one factory in Bangladesh, one in the outskirts of Paris. They both use the same raw material and they produce the same product, but they have different levels of loss in terms of plastic and pollution. Trying to analyze, for instance, these two different structures in terms of productive structures, why does one produce more plastic than other, and what can you do about it? The second one that we actually spin off to is the National Guidance on Plastic Pollution Hotspotting and Shaping Action. It's for countries. It's a very complex name, but the main key point is trying to understand how do you identify key spots, prioritize key areas of intervention, and then support government conversion towards the specific instruments to deal with this. We are doing this, we've done this together with Life Cycle Initiative and the United Nations Environmental Program. I think I'm pretty much running out of time. So this whole presentation was, I'm not going too much into this slide, was with the purpose to show the work we're doing, the project we've been involved in collecting lessons learned from working in different countries with different realities, trying to understand if our tools work, what needs to be done in terms of adapting specific tools to specific contexts. We know, for instance, that when we analyzed a small island developing state, like, I don't know, an island with 45,000 habitants and one with 1.2 million, although they produce the same type of waste, they don't produce the same quantity. So the solutions in terms of what to do with this waste, is it waste to energy, or what type of process you have, will be mainly different from the other one, because the business case is there for 1.2 million inhabitants, but not there for 45,000 inhabitants. This is how specific our tool can be in terms of pointing us in the right directions. So I know I talked a bit too fast, too much to talk about and to show. Thank you very much.
Joao, we have a video from you. Should we show it to the listeners right now or viewers?
Yes, you have it there?
Yes, we can start
Please,
now.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Adam, we got a question from Marta Ruiz, and she's asking the following. Thanks for the presentation. In relation to the riverine monitoring conducted, would it be possible to share the methodology used? Adam, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you.
Perfect.
Thanks for the questions. Yes, of course, we are happy to share the methodology, also the results. The investigation report will be embedded into the main joint of survey scientific report, and we will publish all the details, the methodology we use for the monitoring, and also the results. So just give us some months to finalize the overall scientific report, and then we will be happy to share with you. Thank you.
Perfect. Looking forward to it.
Me too.
Joel, the next question is to you from Jorge, and it's the following. Bottom-up initiatives have a problem with long-term financing, as they usually can only get funds or money in for the coming 1 to 4 years ahead. Do you have any solutions or suggestions to overcoming this problem?
I'm not so sure that I understand the question. Bottom-up initiatives?
That the bottom-up initiatives have usually a problem with long-term financing because they're usually more prone to short-term funds. And do you have an idea or a solution or suggestion of how they could overcome such an issue of having funds supporting their projects for only 1, 2, 3, max 4 years? And how could they think long-term?
Yeah, this would lead us into a very, very long discussion. You know that. And Kostas and then I'm already smiling.
We have 2 minutes for this, Max.
and the reason for this depends. I cannot say that we should only promote projects that already show a substantive capacity to drive on their own after 2 or 3 years of investment. Because some of them need to do that curve when the project starts to kick off, then goes down this line. And then when it starts to ramp up, that's when they actually need support. Once they go down this curve, that makes them financially sustainable. Of course, some of them will take more time, and especially we always have a problem, for instance, when you're supporting projects that are fully reliable on the price of plastic as waste for recycling. Every time oil markets come down, plastic price comes down, so the price of recyclates comes down. So this is very connected. So you never think about one thing standalone. So one of the things I've been defending, and again, this is not IUCN position. This is my own opinion on this is, once you establish a market independent of other factors as much as possible, not an independent fully market, you understand, for instance, that if you as a state have a recommendation of green procurement saying that all the materials need to embed 25% of recycled material, me as a Minister of Education will only buy chairs and tables for my kids, my schools, if they have 25%. This means that I will create a market for recycling. Means that when the plastic price drops, the recycled plastic doesn't drop because there's an independent market for it. So sustainability of these projects also mean that you have to have a structure in place. You need to create a market, and the price of recyclables, it's only evaluated on the price that you need on the market you have for whatever you're producing. Not so sure that I reply the answer on this.
Thank you very much. And that was in such a short span of time, that was a perfect answer. And thank you for that. And I would like to thank both of you for being with us today and portraying your thoughts on such important issues. I will let you two go, but thanks again. And we will continue with our discussions further on. Our next speaker will be Emőke Takács, lecturer at the Faculty of Science of University of Amsterdam. She's also the managing director of ERI, Hungary, European Research Institute, non-profit Ltd company. Emőke will give some insight to her experiences through the Life WISPO project. Emőke, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and good morning still, everybody. It's really nice to join all these initiatives and seeing what's been happening, because 4 years ago, whenever we started with our project, we thought it was all new, and today now see that it's not at all. So let me start share my presentation. basically, this is the project I wish to share with you. And what is it? It's a project that by its name you can see focuses on the river Po. So why are we here with the European Research Institute Hungary? It's because there was a kayaker boy who was looking for establishing his dreams and contributing to a nicer, cleaner river with kayakers in it, with many establishments and businesses around the Po. He's from Turin. And then he found Legambiente, you can see in the left bottom side, the Regional Environment Authority and ARPA. And they looked for another organization. And at that moment, the Mother Institute of HAEE Hungary, the European Research Institute, a non-profit organization, was already deeply involved in sampling and measuring the plastic pollution of the rivers and the oceans. And that's how they connected to Hungary, because I also was myself a kayaker from my whole life, being raised in the river Danube. So it was like a perfect match to make this dream of this kayaker boy come true, that people can jump into the river Po. And in Hungary, we also experience a lot of garbage. You can see all around in these pictures, just as it happens with Tisza River, with the PET Cup. So what is this WISPO? It's a volunteer initiative for a sustainable Po. So it means a 3 years project, which started in 2018, so it's approaching to the end. Life preparatory program, and it's in hand with the European Solidarity Corps, which targets young people between 18 and 30 to volunteer for such issues as environmental priority actions. So what happens? In Italy, there are over 200 people, young people, who are involved in cleaning the river Po and taking part in the other actions of the project, which I will name later. And in Hungary, it's like 35 volunteers. So you can see that it's a smaller scale project here in Hungary. And it focuses on the Danube at the regions and areas of the Danube-Ipoly National Park. So our objectives were to develop such an effective model that involves these young people. So we try to educate them, we try to involve them in actions. We also wanted to give some support to scientists and researchers. So ARPA in Italy took the role for scientific monitoring of the water quality. While the other very important issue was, just like you've heard the previous cases before, to change the perception of the civil society. And since the river Po in Turin in Italy, it was not so much involved in the people's life, like in Hungary we have the Danube, just being our social and recreational areas. They really needed to take actions towards this change of perception of the civil society. And further on, we wanted to combine a working method which also considers the young people's actions and willings and everyday lives. So we wanted to make some actions in a way that they enjoy these activities. So we combined the environmental actions with sport and leisure activities. So in this way, we wanted to raise awareness and enhance the river and the river perception on local, regional, and EU level. And as mentioned earlier, it was a repetition in Hungary in a smaller scale. So the actions we actually did are mostly cleaning activities. And also we deliver trainings to these young people. And we already did a fantastic job in cleaning the areas. It was 12 micro areas in 40 Natura 2000 sites in Piedmont, and in Hungary it was focusing on, as I mentioned, the Danube Ipoly National Park. There's also an action to identify invasive species and events for volunteers and kayaking courses and civil society actions, awareness raising with institutional stakeholders, sharing and collecting best practices across Europe, networking with other projects like life and non-life projects, and still to go an afterlife plan to ensure sustainability. So the results so far are 48 events in Italy and 1 major event in Hungary, but we still do regular hikes and individual and other program involvements. So both countries already collected almost 4,500 kilograms of garbage from nature. And you can see that in Italy, it's a lot larger area that we are cleaning. But what else we do is scientific monitoring of the water quality. And you could connect now to the previous presenters. We also did water quality samplings and checks. And what we did, we tried to involve the students, the younger generation to actually see what's happening in our rivers. So it had an educational purpose as well. And also we do networking with other life and non-life projects. Pet Cup was mentioned so many times because it's such an idol for all of us. And our latest cooperation is with the Danube IAD, who just published a little book about sturgeons. It's a kind of fish which only lives in clean water. And with the stories of Starry, it tries to underpin the importance of the nice, clean waters and the good quality waters of our river, also to invasive species in our rivers, the fishing, the responsibility of the fishermen, and so on. And what else is to be coming and under implementation is a socio-economy impact study, which I just share very briefly some findings which I found kind of interesting. And here on the first slide, you see that the age groups who filled in this online survey is more, in Italy, it's more the focus or targeted age group, so the 18-30 of the European Solidarity Corps, while in Hungary you can see that it's either older or the younger generations. We can explain it in many ways, but that's to be done. And the next one is about the perception of the rivers. So here we can see that people really find the water and the role of the rivers very important in citizens' life. But as you can see, the answers from Italy, as mostly Turin, you can see that it's not yet that much in the people's everyday life like in Hungary, but still it looks very important. And the next question that I picked to show you is the relevance, the factors which make it relevant. And it so obviously shows that people want healthier and cleaner areas. So, and also some businesses around it, and to use it for leisure and sport activities. And just a few more slides, and then I give it over. It was so interesting for me that in Hungary, whenever we worked with our volunteers, it many times came that, okay, I'm just one drop in the big ocean, so my individual responsibility is just so minor. And that's what you can see here, that in Italy, they are more aware of the individual role, while in Hungary, it's a little less. And in Hungary, they tend to point out for stricter legislation, while in Italy, it's a little less. And for me, education is one of the most important things, and therefore I really appreciate such events as what you've been organizing today and these days, yesterday, tomorrow, because it really raises attention to important issues. And you can see that in Italy, they also find it pretty important, while in Hungary, it's just so much less. And our final slide I wanted to share with you as outcome of this survey is the volunteering, like how much you consider to volunteer. And it seems that in Hungary we still have some work to be done. I know that PetCup is brilliant in bringing volunteers to the dirty job, so-called. In our case, it was a lot more difficult, but I think together and with all these initiatives that you've been showing us today, and the ones that are just starting, we really can make some nice results in our nature, and we are very optimistic in that sense. So thank you for your attention, and I'll be here if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have some time to stay with us or come back later, maybe, we'll have a Q&A session around 12:30, and we might have questions for you as well. With that, we will move to our next presenter, Maja Petrovic. She's an assistant professor of the University of Novi Sad. Maja will talk about the wrap-up of day one of the microplastic workshop. Maja, the floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Maja Petrovic, and I'm coming from the University of Novi Sad, Faculty of Technical Sciences, Department of Environmental Engineering and Occupational Safety and Health. I would like to introduce us as one of the project partners within the Tidy Up project, and it is my great pleasure to present you today some wrap-ups from the yesterday really nice workshop we had among the project partners. So due to the variable characteristics and consumers' production of plastics has increased enormously in the last 70 years. Almost all aspects of our daily life involve the usage of plastics. And today, around 40% of plastic is used for packaging and often designed for a single use before disposal. Around 60% of all plastic ever made have accumulated into the environment. So some general consideration we have presented yesterday is that microplastic have been recognized as the new pollutant in the last few years with a great attention of the scientific community, both in the oceans as well in the fresh waters. Regulations are being implemented with the aim of reducing the level of exposure to the microplastic as a primary and also as a secondary type of microplastics. However, because plastic production has increased and most microplastics are released into the environment as a secondary microplastic with a low biodegradability, their environmental concentration may still increase in the near to medium term future. So the term microplastics exists for not many years and describe the particles which are, as you already heard, are sized less than 5 millimeters. Types of microplastics includes fibers, pellets, fragments, films, and foams, as well as microbeds. So microplastic can be divided into, as I already said, primary and secondary. The primary one are items that are already smaller than 5 millimeters, and they include noodles, plastic beds used in plastic manufacturing, microbeds from cosmetics, and fibers from clothing. The other type, the secondary microplastics, are formed when larger plastic items, such as, for instance, bottles, are made brittle by UV light and broken down by wave action. So where it is coming from? There are many ways in which microplastic can be released to the environment, especially into the water environment. Primary microplastics from domestic products, such as microbeds, can end up in rivers by wastewater streams, while pellets could be lost to fresh waters during the production processes. As for the secondary microplastic sources, they include intentional releases, such as illegal dump sites, mismanaged waste management, or unintentional losses. More potential pathways of microplastic releases to the water are something like road surface runoff, agricultural activities, cosmetic usage. Also, wastewater treatment plants are found to be the good sources or very influenced sources of microplastics, since some wastewater treatment plants pipes are made from plastic. Also, degraded fishing nets and other microplastics debris are also can be found in the water environment. So most of the research regarding microplastics today are related to the marine environment, water environment systems as final destination, but lately attention has been turned to terrestrial and freshwater environments. Freshwater represent the most complex system regarding microplastic transport and also retention. Their multiple significance to microplastics pollution is reflected through the few categories. They receive microplastics from the terrestrial environment. They serve as a function as transporter of microplastic to the water environment and act as means of microplastic production through breakup of larger items, act as sinks retaining microplastics in sediments in a huge amounts. So also we have discussed something about our further activities and maybe some future project proposals which will be related to the environment exposure to microplastic contamination. It is well known that it is distributed all over the environment, but we will focus on water environment. In addition, microplastic particles are very sticky in that many poorly water-soluble contaminants, such as persistent organic pollutants, PCBs, DDTs, dioxins and furans, can easily attach to the surface of microplastic particles from the surrounding environment. This is worsened because the concentration of such chemicals that can be carried out by microplastic particles is several orders of magnitude higher than in the water. After the entrance of microplastic particles in the water environment, aquatic organisms can ingest them by accident, and not only does this present a choking hazard, but microplastic also can reach the digestive tract of water animals, causing them to starve to death, or even can enter the human organisms, human population organisms. So in addition, we will consider the editing the additional involving the additional chemicals in our research activities in order to investigate the correlation between microplastics and some emerging contaminants, as well persistent organic pollutants, and etc. So, as for the human exposure to microplastics, it is well known that it can be harmful for the human population, and the inability of the immune system to remove synthetic particles may lead to chronic diseases and inflammations, and also it can increase the risk of neoplasia. Furthermore, microplastic may release their constituents, adsorb contaminants, and pathogenic microorganisms. Nonetheless, knowledge on microplastic toxicity is still limited and largely influenced by exposure concentration, particle properties, adsorbed contaminants, tissues which are involved, and individual susceptibility. So, the oral intake is the main route of exposure of a human population to microplastics and also to the nanoplastics. And also the following ones are inhalation and dermal exposure. The potential risks for human health are focused on their gastrointestinal tract, liver toxicity, reproductive toxicity, neurotoxicity, and joint toxicity of their adsorbed contaminants, which mechanisms could be involved in the occurrence of oxidative stress, disruption of energy homeostasis and metabolism, translocation of microplastics to the circulatory system, disruption of immune system, neurotoxicity, and the microplastics in a role as a vectors of microorganisms and potentially toxic chemicals. Regarding that, we have mentioned some already existing ecological risk assessment methodologies, and we went through available literature and found out that some conventional techniques for determination of ecological risk assessment are available, but still there is some assumptions for their usage. So hazard pollution index is available, as well as conventional risk assessment determination. But still there is a lot of work to be done related to some coefficients for microplastic PNEC and values. So we will for sure will contribute to the scientific community in this field. So during the yesterday workshop, we have mentioned available sampling and analytical laboratory analytical techniques, which can be used for the sampling and also for the laboratory analysis of water samples. So in that term, we have presented all available techniques and concluded that it would be useful to use FTIR and Raman spectroscopy in our project, within our project activities. Since they are generally coupled to an optical microscope, and they can give us information about the size and the number of particles which are present in the rivers that are the part of our project proposal. So after that, the project partner countries gave us their experiences related to the determination of microplastics in the water environment. Here I would like to highlight the very, very rich experience from our partners from Hungary and also Austria. And also I would like to mention the work that has been done within Joint Danube Survey, and the representatives from national agency from Serbia as well as from Slovakia. They have gave us that inputs, and we found them very, very valuable. So regarding our future project activities, further project activities, we have concluded that we will have at least 2 sampling campaigns within 1 year project, within 1 year monitoring program. But we will look to have 4, even 4, and also to catch the different seasons, since the previous studies shown us that the concentration levels of microplastics in water environment vary in dry and wet season. Also, we are planning to start from early spring in 2021 and to finish it to early spring 2022. We will have at least 8 sampling points in total. So we will include Austria, Hungary, Slovakia, Serbia, Romania, and Bulgaria. And the detailed monitoring plan and program will be developed till the end of the January 2021. Regarding the sampling techniques we will use in our project activities, first of all, till the end of this year, we will make some kind of feasibility study and we will explore the possibility for trying different sampling techniques in different countries. Also, the detailed procedures regarding the sampling procedures from all countries participating in the project. We'll have to write the written protocols. Also, they will have to describe the equipment and to give them some kind of costs that should be evaluated in order to determine the sampling technique that it will be useful and adequate for each country participating in the project. Detailed protocols will be made regarding the QA and QC, since the samples are really vulnerable to the contamination, and also sample conservation and storage will be proposed by the countries who will do the laboratory analysis of our collected samples. We decided to do all the analysis in 2 laboratories in Austria and Hungary, and because of their experience and also because they are very well equipped for this kind of examinations, so they will develop some kind of operating procedures regarding the sample preparation and sample analysis. At the end, I would like to address that micropollution is a global issue, as you already all know, that does not respect the political boundaries, that we have to understand the complexity of microplastics field, that we need advanced available sampling analytical methods which could be used in order to get the representative results. The sources and sink of microplastics, plastics, compartments and transport processes should be better understood. Elucidate the influence of particle size and weathering and biodegradability should be taken into account. Also, the huge work has to be done related to quantify the human exposure to microplastic pollution. We need better understanding of the complicities of microplastic interactions with the environment. And also, we have to utilize laboratory studies in order to develop adequate technique which will provide not only here within this project, but in future projects, determination of microplastic in water environment. So thank you all for the attention.
Thank you very much, Maya, for your presentation. And with your presentation, we came to one of the last part of the problem section, which now we move to the solutions. And the solutions, we will start from the end of a pipeline towards prevention. And the first presentation in this area will be from Dr. Hajnalka Hegedűs, groundwater management expert from the Hungarian General Directorate of Water Management. Her presentation will be on the remediation sites and methods on River Tisza. Hajnalka, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, dear interested parties, professional plenums. So I'm Hajnalka Hegedűs, working at the General Directorate of Water Management. water management, and our section is called actually Solution. And my topic is about solving not the whole problem, but a part of the problem, even on the river Tisza in Hungary. As introduction, I have recorded some legal backgrounds and few buzzwords concerning the activities of the Hungarian General Directorate of Water Management. The General Directorate of Water Management is a kind of headquarter. We work together with 12 regional directorates, which are settled actually on the basis of river catchment areas in Hungary. And since 2016, we have 12 accredited sampling teams and also 3 regional water laboratories in Hungary, which help us actually in our activities, saving waters or even in water damage prevention. In addition, I would like to present the geographical situation of Hungary, first of all to our international plenum. After all, our task, and not only our task, but a lot of our problems are caused actually by the location of Hungary. As everyone knows, Hungary is located in the Carpathian Basin. Its entire territory belongs to the Danube catchment area. 95% of our water resources come from abroad, and with it comes our problems too, and actually they determine the quality of our waters too. The Tisza River is the second largest river in Hungary. And its catchment territory is actually the biggest subcatchment of the Danube. It takes almost 20% of the Danube catchment area. This catchment area lays in 5 countries: Slovakia, Ukraine, Romania, Serbia, and of course, Hungary. The scope of our activities, it's very complex and multiple combined. From prevention to protection, remediation and maintenance, we deal with all areas of the water resource management in Hungary. The accident emergency warning system of the ICPDR is also operated via directorate, and we are on call 24 hours a day, and we handle not only transboundary problems in every direction, inland and outland also. The General Directorate and the 12 regional water directorates face actually the same problems in water quality protection as other countries or other companies, such as pollution, contamination, any kind, accidental events, and of course floating dirt, sediment, driftwood. But because of our geographical position, we have to face some transboundary problems too. First of all, I would mention the African swine fever. Since more than 2 years, there is a continuous monitoring and patrolling preparedness on every river coming from abroad, from Romania and from Slovakia. This preparedness means, as I said, a continuous monitoring and patrolling along all these rivers. But the bigger and the major problem is actually floating sediment. Driftwood, dirt, and several types of waste is coming with flood to Hungary. And actually these pictures were taken last year in summer at the barrage of Kisköre, but for the last 20 years it has been a typical site on the Tisza above the dam of Kisköre. Kisköre barrage is actually the first major huge construction on the river Tisza, and this is capturing all the drift coming down with the floods from the northeastern parts of the country. Oops, pardon. Okay. To solve the problem, and if possible, prevent the problem even for the lower parts of the country, the Hungarian state, in collaboration with regional directorates and with some companies, has set up remediation intervention sites in the northern Tisza region. Because typically large quantities of dirts come from Romania, Ukraine, and the smaller part from Slovakia, these sites are in the upper Tisza region on the rivers Tisza, Samos, and Bodrog. Till now, there are 4 sites which are already in use, and for the future, there are 3 further ones prepared and planned. But how do these disposal sites work? As the flood is approaching, professional teams are preparing for defense. There are well-placed cameras, and I say well-placed because they are not only in Hungary, but several kilometers abroad, also in Ukraine and Romania. So we have times to prepare for defense. These cameras are not only cameras, but they have counters on it, and they indicate an average amount of PET bottles floating down the river with the flood. So depending on the amount of water and currents, there is either a partial or even a complete channel closure performed on the river. Parallel to this closure, there is a development on the shore, a placement of grubbers onto barges, which happens at the same time. As the floating sediment passes by, the machines grab actually wood and drift and collect them together on the barges, and the municipal waste and plastic is passed to the shore and collected over there. As you can see, our work doesn't continue at the end of the day. Our colleagues are working even at the night in several shifts till the flood is existing on the rivers. After collecting drift and waste from the water, there are several follow-up works. Not only collecting and sorting process happens in the short, but the float plains must be also cleaned. After the float has receded, there is a lot of huge amount of settled waste which must be collected too. Not only because it's ugly and pollute the environment, but also the next flood will take them away if we don't take care in time. And this is the point actually where the NGOs and, for example, the PET Cup co-workers who are also present in this forum are involved in the process again. They help us not just separate driftwood from municipal waste and PET bottles, but they take a course of action in addition about plastic waste and recycling too. And now, till I make a summary about our activities and about the opportunities of this remediation site, you will see a short video about some barges swimming up to the remediation site. So it's not as romantic as maybe on the video will be seen, but the barges have to be placed to the remediation sites. So the year 2020 was a strange year for everyone, but we had the opportunity to deploy, to try out our remediation places, remediation sites, and now we have to subtract the experience of this deployment, which will be taken in account in the design of the rest 3 planned sites, or even to improve the existing ones too. And of course, I have to tell you that there are some facts we cannot influence or we cannot eliminate. Forces of the nature, we can't do anything against it. For example, if the drift is too strong there is no longer possible to hold barges securely to close the channel or the waterbed, or even the wind. In one case this year, we had a wind of 100 kilometers per hour or more. It blew several days. Wind conditions were also so strong that just the large driftwood simply fell under the barges and could slip on, and of course all the waste with it too. So, as said, we work on developments, solving experienced problems, mainly building on the deployment of these years, which showed us already that how much garbage and plastic pollutant we were able to clear of the Tisza, thus making the river itself for us cleaner, but saving also the lower pass of Hungary and as the water of the downstream countries as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Hajnalka. These were very powerful images that you showed, and thank you for all your work and for everybody's work who's working so hard day and night to clean up the Tisza. With that, we will move on to our next lecturer, who will be Gudrun Obersteiner. She's a senior lecturer at the University of Life Sciences and Natural Resources in Vienna. Gudrun will talk about the experiences about the plastic-free Danube project. Gudrun, if you are with us, then the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to this very, very interesting conference. I learned really much today. We at Boku University, we deal since 2.5 years also with the plastic topic. In fact, it's longer, but the Plastic Free Danube project runs now for 2.5 years. And yeah, I want to report about our experiences and about first ideas of a possible solution. So the main goal of our project was the reduction of quantities and negative impacts of plastic waste on fluvial ecosystems with focus on the Danube River. And we wanted to focus on both, on the shore and also on the river, and within the river really not only to look on what is floating above, but also looking if there is another plastic swimming in deeper regions. So we really try to get somehow the whole picture. Concerning the project aims and the main results, we developed a method, or the plan was the development of a method and the supply of the data for assessment and monitoring of plastic pollution in fluvial ecosystems. And secondly, we tried to develop some sort of action plan for the implementation of pilot measures. And of course, the plan was to increase the awareness of public and the general stakeholder awareness. What I will do today, I will focus on the first part, on the development of the method and of the results of our assessment and monitoring of the plastic pollution. Yes, the planned main project core outputs have been the material flow and transport modeling. The plan here was to find out where is the plastic coming from, because only if we know where is the plastic coming from, we can figure out possible prevention measures for the prevention of plastic littering at source. With the waste sampling, we wanted to find out what is the composition of the littered plastic, but the main idea is here to find a methodology to uniform the collection and the sorting of the microplastic in and along rivers, as it turned out that there are a lot of different circumstances influencing both the amount of plastic waste we found as well as the composition of the plastic waste. There have been other main core outputs dealing with the material composition, with the methodology for qualitative analysis of plastic, and as I already mentioned, the policy and awareness measures. Yeah, for the collection and identification of microplastic waste along and in the Danube River, we choose 3 different ways. First of all, we used voluntary collection activities happening at the national park of the Danube River in Austria. The volunteers, as in all the other countries, collect the wasted items, and we got the waste from them, and we made sorting analysis concerning the waste composition, and we tried to focus here with the sorting protocol and the sorting analysis on the pollution sources and on the origin of the waste. We did additionally sampling at a riverbank where we choose 15 testing zones randomly along the bankside, and we tried to do a monthly on-site evaluation to learn more about how does this change, how is it influenced by water level, how fast is the new plastic coming. Perhaps I should mention that the region we investigated is below Vienna, so you could assume that a lot of littering is coming from Vienna. It turned out that monthly on-site evaluation is not possible because of the water level, but we did it as often as possible, as often as the water level allows to do our evaluations. We defined a zone size, 5 meter in the broad and towpath to waterline, so that we really had the chance to look at the same zone every time. And additionally, we did a sampling at the hinterland, and to find here our regions for the sampling, we used the hydrodynamic model to find out where is the highest accumulation potential, where is it low, and where's the medium accumulation potential, so that we really can look specifically at those points where we assume that we will find a lot of plastic waste, and also to zones where it's less plastic waste, just to get a feeling, what is that what we find somehow representative for the whole region. The modeling of the plastic transport in the river and the design of retention structures for plastic accumulation zones is also another focus of the Plastic Free Danube project. So as I already mentioned, we used a hydrodynamic modeling of the flow field to learn more about how the plastic behaves in the river. We also tried to use particle tracing, and the main goal of this is, at the one hand, to estimate where will the plastic land, and also to identify plastic accumulation zones at the Danube. And here the plan behind is that if we know how the accumulation zones should look, where is the zone where we find most of the plastic, we really could try to optimize these accumulation zones and go there to remove the plastic waste from the river. What you see here is a picture of the zone where the voluntary collections took place. We had 15 collection activities where we collected and sorted over 870 kilogram really pure plastic. So the other waste, paper waste, glass, metal, and so on, is not included in the figure. So I think it was really a huge sample, and it was divided along the whole national park. Here is a picture of the investigation zones of this randomly sampling, we choose a little bit more than 6 kilometers of shoreline with the focus to find different conditions. So block leader, gravel banks, different vegetation, inflow zone, outflow conditions, a combing out zone. And here we did a detailed measurement on the mass of items we found, on the number of items, and also we tried to divide it into 3 size categories. The sampling zones in the floodplains, as already mentioned, we tried to find different categories concerning low, middle, and high plastic accumulation potential. 2 sectors, inlet sector and then an outflow into the river sector. And in total, we had 3 testing areas for each category and sector. And here the idea was that there will be a sort of comb-out effect due to vegetation at the in sector. So if you find plastic waste in the riparian woodlands in the floodplain, this normally is coming from high water level, and you can assume that if there is a lot of vegetation, there will be a sort of combing out. What we realized is that the profile is very important if you will find plastic or not. So especially if you not, of course, focus on the river itself, but if you focus on the shore region, if you have very structured banks, you will of course find more plastic waste than if it's a very clean river bank. So you will find that at the typical gravel shore, you will find that the smaller plastic items, the more vegetation you have, you will find additional plastic sacks and bags and pieces. And the more you go into the hinterland, you will find more of the bigger items, lightweight items, for example, plastic foam and so on. Based on all those, our experiences, we also tried to develop our sorting protocol for the evaluation, and the background for the development of the sorting protocol was first of all to make it possible to compare it with the marine sorting protocols, the identification of similar categories, the combination of functional groups, and really the focus to identify the prevention potential at the one hand, and at the other hand to have it in a practical way, so that volunteers are able to do the differentiation for some of the plastics, especially if it is coming to smaller pieces. It's not too easy to recognize where it is coming from. This is just a picture from what we found to show. I think this is similar in all countries where we do those river cleanings. What might be of interest is the composition we found. This is a picture from the national park. And what you can see is that in blue color, this is everything has to do with packaging. So the dark blue color is the drink bottles that reaches sometimes even 40% of the whole plastic waste. But in the mean value, we have between 20 and 25% only for the drink bottles. The next category in blue is the food packaging, not that relevant, but also the other packaging. So in total, we have about 50% only packaging. And another relevant, and we are here talking about mass percent. The foam plastic, even if it's a very light material, also has a contribution to the overall composition of in most cases, at least 10% or more. And this shows how important also this type of plastic is. And what we find a lot is domestic leisure and sport items. So like shoes or tennis balls or some plastic parts for children to play with and so on. Also here we have in most cases much more than 10%, most cases even with 20%. We have of course a huge part of still of undefinable plastic, as I already mentioned, especially if we talk about smaller pieces. It's not always possible to really identify where this plastic is coming from. The second part beside this, looking at what is ending up in the Austrian National Park along the Danube River, we try to find out, this is a little bit going into the direction of the previous presentation, the retention potential of hydropower plants. So how much plastic is retained in our case, the Fraudenau power plant, but not only what is the retention potential, but also to find what is going through, which sizes tend to stay in the screenings, and which specific plastic items go through the hydropower plants, to learn more about really if those hydropower plants help us and how much they can help us to hold our rivers clean. So what we did is we did sorting analysis of the screenings of the hydropower plants, and what you I think already also have seen at the pictures before, most of the material is wooden items, and you really have to look for the plastic items within this natural material. But we not only did this sorting of the screenings, we also had a look at what is ending up below the hydropower plant in the river. Yes, what was interesting for us, that the composition is very time sensitive. So the time of the screen cleaning determines the filter activity, the filtration effect of the screenings. And what we also recognized was a relationship in material properties between the anthropogenic waste and the natural flotsam. So what do I mean? You see very huge differences if you look at the composition. And this is based on two reasons. First of all, when the screening is cleaned, the later it's cleaned, the more you will find the smaller particles together with the natural material that you find. So, and it's also of course time sensitive if you do those investigations in spring, in winter, or in summertime, because depending on that you will have more or less natural material, and will have this filtration effect. What also was interesting, the huge difference between the composition and the number of items. What also shows us that we have, in the case of the seventh sorting analysis, where we really found a very, very high amount of other packaging items, but in total the mass was not that much bigger than, for example, in the second sorting analysis. So this shows us that it's really important to have a look also at this time factor when you do your sampling. If you have a look at the comparison of the results, so we also did investigations at the Danube Island. This is the first column here. Danube Island investigation shows us typical direct littering. So here we find what people lost or have thrown away. In the screenings, we find the second column, we find material that ended up in the river Danube, perhaps from the Danube Island or from other regions in Vienna, and have been taken out by the hydropower plant. Then here we have the figures from the national park, from the shore investigations, from the voluntary activities, and also from our own activities. And that is what we find in the floodplains. I think there are some interesting results, but what is very, very obvious, if you look at the foam plastic, for example, you find much more, the range of the foam plastic in the floodplains is much higher than we have it at the Danube Island or in the screenings, because this very light material, of course, is transported much more in the floodplains than other material that will never end up in the background regions. So also this is relevant if you want to do proper monitoring in future, to think about what can I expect where, and how have I to define my sampling area. This already leads me to sort of a conclusion, or what we learned so far with our investigations. There are differences in composition of plastic litter between the direct littering, the litter transported in the river, and the alluvial deposits. The amount, the quantity, and the composition of plastic litter depends very much on the sampling area and the sampling time. So therefore, what we learned within our project, if we want to do a proper monitoring in future, of course it's necessary to have a sort of harmonized sorting protocols to make our figures comparable, but at least similar important it's to have harmonized sampling protocols, to really to know what have I investigated if I want to do comparisons with other regions, with other countries. And of course, what we found, and this is, I think, not a big secret, we have a very high proportion of PET bottles and polystyrene, both in weight and in concerning weight and volume. And we also have a high amount of household leisure and sport equipment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very insightful. We will now move on to Bernard, and after that we will come to Q&As. So if you could stay with us, Gudrun, that would be excellent. You might have some questions that the audience would be posing to you. So Bernard Merks is the Managing Director of Green Wave Plastic and co-founder of Waste Free Oceans Foundation. Bernard will talk us through how to make intelligent choices when Mother Nature is knocking hard on the door. Ambassador Van Hel already announced you greatly yesterday, so we are really looking forward to your presentation, Bernard. The floor is yours. While we try to solve this problem, we actually had a question that came up for Hajnalka, so we thought we'll ask her to answer that for us meanwhile. The question came from Stoyanov. How can you finance these kind of technical investments? Who developed the waste elimination system?
So the directorates, the regional directorates actually manage state property. So all this development belongs also the Hungarian state. So it was financed from state budget actually. And for the question, or answering the question for who, of course, first of all, professionals from the regional water directorate who knows even those parts of the territory very well, the floating, etc., and engineers also together managed to how to say, so to solve these problems. That's it.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to look at my colleagues, if we have Bernard with us.
Thank you very much for having me. I was very pleased to already see some good friends earlier today. So I was privileged to be part of the Pet Kappa challenge in 2019 with Captain Peter Kovac on the international team, and we had a lot of exchanges with the organization since. My first time actually in Hungary on a recycling project was already in the 1990s, where we recycled a lot of products. So let me take you, because we have talked a lot today and also partly yesterday on the challenges, and there's also a lot of misconception of what can be done with recycling of plastics. So you see me here in the first picture in front of bales of plastic, and I'm sitting on a 3D printed bench made of 100% recycled plastic. So what I want to share with you today is what actually is done and can be done, and what we can do better, because litter issues are to be stopped from the source. So now I hope it works. Yeah. So Waste Free Ocean, as you probably said, I'm also the founder of Waste Free Oceans, which is a non-for-profit foundation based in Brussels. I'm one of the two founders. The interesting part is we got nobody on the payroll, so all the money we get in from our partners is used in projects. And very typical as well, we are linked to members of the European Parliament, so our chairs are always members of the European Parliament. We work with people in the industry, also with offices now in Hong Kong. The Americas is represented in the Dominican Republic. We have an office near Istanbul and one in Brussels. And of course, fighting litter is also to understand how does litter end up in the environment. And we have a background, of course, in the plastic converting and plastic recycling industry. It's also close to your heart, because you know that things are on places where you don't want to see it. These are the three chairs. So Anna was the first one, Alain Kadek the second, and today it's Soren Gorde. Also very interesting, all of them are also involved in activities around fisheries in the European Parliament. And you will see what is interesting about that. Going back a little bit in time, yesterday we had a round table with Ivan. We actually were already in the Danube in 2012 with a project very close to Budapest. We kicked it off in Vienna, and our idea already then was to go all the way down to the Black Sea and see what we came up with. So this was probably quite early in the discussions around littering. A first cleanup in the Danube in the 2012, which was organized under the flag of Waste Free Oceans, and there was even an Hungarian website called Waste Free Danube, and there was also a lot of media attention to that. I will go quickly. So Mother Nature is knocking on our doors. Yes, I'm born and I live in the Netherlands, and you can imagine that if you're already born below sea level, melting icebergs are a special concern, especially to a country like ours. Next to that, you see a lot of things happening. So the rainfall may be statistically still the same, but it comes in 24 hours instead of every day a little bit. So we are seeing the effects of climate change. And where is the link to recycling? I will come there. And apart from, let's say, COVID, which is did not allow us to join Pet Kappa this year, we see a new pandemic. We see a lot of hand gloves and masks littered in the environment, which of course is a terrible thing to see. You've seen these pictures. Nobody on the planet, and I will go quickly through it. Nobody on the planet wants to be surrounded by litter. Most of those pictures are made by myself. This is not what you want to see. So we really have a waste management issue. We really have a consumption issue, which we need to tackle. And it's not only affecting humans, it's also affecting more and more the animals and the human life. And you see some examples of this. There are plenty of those pictures, which you can find, and some of them sadly are not manipulated. There has been a lot of European legislation, so that's the boring part maybe for some of you, but the good thing is a lot of legislation has been published during 2019, where we are now looking at implementation and things, and a lot of those legislation has focused on the top 10 most littered items. already yesterday we talked a bit. One of the most important thing is, if we talk about recycling, what does it actually mean? And I think I just put you here the official definition of recycling. Recycling is basically turning waste back into raw materials again and then back into new products. It's not energy recovery, it's not incinerating, it's not just collecting it. So anything which is collected is not automatically recycled. I think this is a big misconception. So it was needed on a European level to have clear definition. So this is also the definition in the circular economy discussion. But this definition was already established in 2008. So you see that even countries like the Netherlands have not implemented these kind of definitions from the start. Now I think everybody's working on it. The other important thing is, if you recycle plastic and you replace virgin plastic by recycled plastic, you automatically save around 30 to 40% CO2 emission. And this of course is an important discussion when you talk about climate change. Let me see how I can move it. When we talk about circularity, there are a few topics which you need to look at. So, design for recyclability doesn't mean a lot if the product which you have redesigned is not recycled. So you also have to design with the use of recyclate, and I think Zhao already mentioned mandatory content in some products is a key. But you also have to design a product in a more clever way, because if you want to go more circular, you have to be sure what happens with your product when it's at the end of its first lifetime. And then there are of course discussions around extended producer responsibility, or for example deposit schemes or return schemes. And also, if you look for example at the mobile phone, I think Ivan already mentioned it yesterday. I mean, there are 100 different types of material used in a mobile phone. So try to disassemble that and then make use of the material. Right, what is so important about our link to the fishing industry? When we started in 2010-2011, I think the discussion was not so much on what was on the riversides and on the beaches. It was what is floating around. And together with fishermen, we designed a trawl which is used still on several places on the planet to actually capture floating debris. We also managed to involve other stakeholders in the maritime industry. You see pictures here of dredging companies who actually work, when they work in ports, they now bring the debris on land, and this debris is also looked at. And of course, there are about 80,000 fishing vessels from the European sector who also have a role to play. And there's an official European program called Fishing for Litter. When we launched, we went to see Maria Damanaki, who was then the Commissioner for Fishery. And as you may know, fishermen sometimes have idle time, so they cannot fish because of the quotas. So the initial idea was, can we have them, this specialist who know the waterways and the accumulation zones, going out there to collect litter. It's not us who have invented fishing for litter, but we have modernized it, and we have been very instrumental to get that into European legislation. So since 2015, by heart, European member states can actually apply for fishing for litter support from the European Commission. How does it look like in practice? This is a project we run in the Azores. This is the inflatable nets we gave out to fishermen. We went around the islands, and on the right side you can see some of the catches, and they are similar to what you see in the rivers. But if you find these kind of catches in the middle of the Atlantic, you know there is a big issue. Then of course, how do you discuss this? So this is, for example, an example. You can turn litter into art and then attract another type of people. Here you see a lot of our cleanups and rivers, and the picture in the middle, you've seen that. So this was taken in 2019. You've seen it in an earlier presentation as well, where I was there with my family and my kids. And we had a tremendous experience with all the people and the volunteers. And all the material collected during that period is with a recycling company in our network, waiting for a next application. What we also see, people pick up litter, but they don't really put it into databases. So together with an American NGO, we further developed a project called Literati. So just by using your mobile phone, you take a picture and the GPS coordinates go to an international database. So this can help you in mapping what you find. You can also see whether it's a can or whether it's a thing. And just to tell you that it's not only a problem in Hungary or in the Danube region. These are Dutch school children, and this is litter we find in the Netherlands. So even in the Netherlands we are far from perfect. There is still a lot we need to do. There's a lot of cans still, but this is the reality. So it's all over. So, and then if you have litter collected and you do something, you also need to apply it. So I show you these pictures for two reasons. One, some of the material which we collected in the 2019 PET Cuppa and in the 2018 PET Cuppa is used in those bottles. But you can see they are translucent, so all the colored granules have been taken to other applications. More important is that you see here that brand owners start to be proud to be part of a solution. So you see that they're actually putting our boats and nets on their labels. That's a good thing. The other thing, very important, this brand owner used bottles first out of virgin PET, and now he went, this is the first bottle in their line, which is out of 100% recycled PET. On top of that, it contains some material collected from the Danube region. Quality sorting is the biggest challenge. The way we collect our waste today is not circular and it's not sustainable. So we need to look at the way we collect waste. And if we talk about, you've seen a lot of presentation already, there's a big discussion around PET bottles. I mean, there's a very simple system called deposit. Put value on a product and it will return. And there are two reasons why this is important. First of all, you capture much more material than if you don't have such a system. The second one has a legal issue. If you collect bottles through a deposit scheme, you have traceability, which means that we can use the material again in food contact. On a much higher level. So the bottles on the top in the middle are 100% recycled PET bottles with food grade. You can make again soft drink bottles, or you can make again water bottles. And on the right hand side you see the Dutch Secretary of State, which was handed flowers in a recycled packaging. As you know, the Dutch have a lot of flowers. But she's also the one who actually helped us to introduce the deposit on the small bottles in the Netherlands. Yeah? And also here you see brands are getting more and more certain that they can promote recycled material. You need partnerships to collect, so this was one of the first cooperations between ports, recyclers, the fishermen associations and recyclers to collect fishing gear in the north part of the Netherlands. It was called Happy Seal. Because there was also a seal rescue center involved. And here you see that we release seals again to wildlife in the middle of the Waddenzee, which is UNESCO World Heritage. There are 3 out of the 5 guys in front of you are fishermen. And you see that over the cages of the seals we have put fishing gear. So you can see that even a controversial discussion can take place if you do it in the right way, or with the right tone, or with the right mood. And all those fishermen are very much working hard to stop and prevent, and to also talk in their social environments about change. What do you do with nets when they are obsolete? When we started in 2011, and for me at that time, after over 20 years in the plastic converting and recycling industry, I was not so much aware then that fishing gear was made from plastic. I have to admit that. Realizing that working with the fishing industry, that there was so much waste coming on, we of course saw that there was a need to invest in recycling plants. So there are 2 leading recycling plants at the moment on fishing gear in Europe. One is based in Slovenia called Aquafil, and this is the second one in Denmark, in which I'm also directly involved. And here you see how we get nets in. And this is on the inside of the plant. This is how nets actually are going to be recycled back into raw material. But then again, you need a market to place the material back into the market. So being in Denmark, there's a lot of designers. So we challenge some designers to actually start using the recyclate in some of their products. So here's a nice chair. Here's a product made in the Netherlands in rotomolding, which is the design furniture. It's a piggy. It weighs about 6 kilos. It's made out of fishing gear. Transport packaging contains a lot of recycled gear, but also mixed with other recycled plastic. Somebody mentioned a kayak. We also had a very fanatic kayak user, and he said, I want a kayak. And because we knew we could make that piggy, we could also make this kayak. So this kayak is predominantly made from fishing gear. COVID brought it here. So we made COVID masks, reusable COVID masks with recycled plastic. And you can even see in different colors. And here you see some people actually using it. And you see some people are in the medical sector, so there's a lady working at a dentist. But you also see people very creative that if they do their gardening, they also protect it. So they use it for that. Just a jerry can, you can use it. So if you have oil, this is a soap dispenser made for Africa, for Oxfam Novib. Buckets made from ropes, so you can make something flexible into something more solid. People who actually make fitness bikes. Picnic sets, and then, for example, we put a QR code so you can actually show to people that what the history is, and those benches are back on the Danish shores. You can see here lightning, so a circular lamp. So think about new designs, something closer to home, cases for your phone. Even this kind of payment systems, this is for a US-based company. Some things that can help to open up your garbage bags to easily fill it, made out of 100% recycled gear. Changing colors, this is one of the largest producers of bins and pails in Germany. They actually made a new run, and you can see that they even used the pails to put their promotion on. And for us, of course, the aim of the game was, can we go through mechanical recycling from fishing gear back to fibers to make new fishing gear? And last year, June, we finally got a breakthrough after 7 years of development. So here you have some pictures of recycled fibers made from recycled fibers through mechanical recycling. Aquafil managed to do that earlier because they recycle predominantly nylon 6 in their factory in Slovenia. So through chemical recycling it was already possible. Through mechanical recycling these were the first. But we can go there, and now we are of course discussing with the producers of fishing gear to start uptaking these kind of products to make new gear. And if it's not for commercial fishing gear, it may be for anglers fishing gear, it may be for the goal of your hockey club, it may be for the goal of your football club. So we have to find applications for these kind of products. 3D printed, it was already said, so here are some examples of 3D printed furnitures and things, and you can see also here, for example, on the right side, people are proud to show the origin of the raw material used. This is done by a startup in the Netherlands. We discussed about CO2 emission. So we did a very extensive LCA in the factory in Denmark. And you can see here, if you use recyclate coming from fishing gear, you can save up to 82% CO2 against virgin plastic for the same application. So the sad thing still, and that's a challenge for the politicians, how are we going to value this kind of savings with in the back of our head the challenge we have around climate change. And we see that countries, also the Netherlands, are struggling to keep up with the promises they made in the Paris Agreement. So next to an energy transition, we should also look at the raw material transition. And the CO2 valuation could be create a pool market for companies to actually take more material in. Then, of course, there's always some material left, which is not so easy to recycle. I was asked by the Dutch authorities to have a look in the refugee camps in the Middle East, in Jordan. And coming back from there, I said, why? And having seen, let's say, projects in the Americas and some others, social housing and refugees, and we see people living on the landfill. So why can't we use the material from a landfill to actually create social housing? So here you see some examples of products we made. Here's some of the examples. Refugee shelters, social housing. So technically that can be done. You can argue whether it has to be a full house, whether it has to be the basement, but it just shows that even with complex litter or complex material mixes, you can find applications. The only thing is you need customers to get the volumes. This is how it looks like in more detail. So this is, you see a sandwich on the top. You see a sandwich 100% recycled, so you got monomaterial on the outside layer and you got a mixture in the inside layers. The discussions we had, for example, in the Americas, where we have permission to actually build a factory, is there is a shortage of wood. So if you are in a hurricane season and you have to rebuild your house every third year, you may get into trouble by having sufficient wood, but there is always sufficient waste. So in the Caribbean, we already looked at, and this is something we may have to dig out a little bit more with Joe and his organization. This can be done. This is existing technology. And you can replace the use of wood by these kind of panels. And of course, if you can make a house, you can also make furniture. Some other, just to give you some glimpse of what can already be done. So the people in the middle, they're wearing garments from EcoArth, which was a Spanish brand already using recycled material in a very early stage, also from the marine environment. And this is a picture taken actually in DG Mare, in the Ministry of in Brussels. But you can also see so many other products which can be made. So basically there's no limits of what you can make from recycled, provided you collect it correctly. Then people say recyclate is always black. No, so I just put you here a picture of all kind of colors which you can do. We can do color sorting, but you need volumes, you need infrastructure. But once you keep the material sorted in color, it has a higher value. So there's also an interest from the industry to actually make higher value. The beer crate in the middle, Gols, is a Dutch brewery. This crate contains about 40 years old recycled plastic. It's a third time recycled, and it's a very modern crate, and it still has the same properties. Again, if you recycle something and you keep modern materials, there's so much you can do today. I saw some of the products already made from the PET collections. Here you have some other inspirational things. This in the Netherlands is, I would say, common practice. So we've got factories making this out of 100% recycled plastic and put it into the waterways of the world. So again, it's not a lack of technology, it's a lack of customers and structural sales markets. Then a few new challenges. People say you're so sustainable. I'm coming to the end of my presentation. You own a Tesla. I said, no, I think a Hummer is a better alternative, because the Tesla may be very good during the driving seat, but it has a battery which is not very environmentally friendly at the end of life. Whereas a Hummer, it's basically only metal. And just to tease you a little bit, I've put my own 2 chevaux there, because I always challenge the Tesla drivers that my ugly duckling is probably more sustainable than the Tesla. Some other challenges we will have, and which we are facing at the moment, and especially in waste management, diapers is a big issue. On the middle you see the effect of chewing gum. So in the recent regulations in the European scale, a lot has been regulated on cigarette filters, on the plastic side, but one of the largest in the top 10 most littered items is chewing gum. That is not regulated as yet. We also see, of course, a push for more sustainable energy, so like windmills or solar panels. I just have to raise a flag that there is not an end-of-life solution for these products at this moment, which is sustainable. So apart from landfill and maybe some incineration, there's no recycling setup. So if we invest as a European society into this application, there's nothing wrong with that. But if we invest billions in this, why don't we spend a few million then to think about end of life? Because these will be the litter problems of tomorrow. On the bottom, 2 more. One is fast fashion. Fast fashion is a big challenge. And on the second one, you see carpets and flooring and this kind of thing, which is also very big piles in the waste management industry. Just looking at the plastic, so there's plenty of more. And there are much more to do. Yesterday there was a discussion about the electronic scrap. So there's so much more which can be done. I can turn a recycling computer into a new computer, but sometimes legislation does not allow me to do that. We have PVC pipes which are 50 years old or 100 years old. We can recycle them back into the new application, but sometimes the legislation is prohibiting that. So there are still quite some hurdles to overcome, but I hope I've shown you today that so much can be done. So let's focus on what already can be done. Let's be more clever. And by doing that, green procurement is very important. If you are a consumer yourself, don't only buy with your heart, but also buy with your wallet. If you make the right choices, the brands will have to change the way they put things in the market. And legislator has a role to play. We see in some occasions now they have already mandatory content for some products that may be a need also for other products. And I think this was a wise statement from Albert Einstein. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking when we created them. So let's be brave, let's think out of the box, and let's just simply do it. But just start. And even if products out of recycled plastic may be a little bit more expensive at the beginning, make it happen. It's not a lack of technology, it's a lack of market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Thank you very much. And with just hanging on to your last thoughts, I usually say vote with your wallet, because it's really up to us to produce a market. And it's very interesting to see all the solutions that you have shown. And if I actually be so upfront and ask my own question, I'm very curious, what do you think, what is needed for this reuse of plastic to be mainstream? Because I can see in the Netherlands, it's something that you were able to show a lot of ideas. You were also giving a lot of examples from Denmark, but generally in the world, what do you think it's needed for this to be mainstream?
There are two things. I think the authorities will have to play their role in public green procurement. So anything which is bought by an authority, they will have to look. And whether it's content of metal or it's a content of paper, it needs to be recycled metal, it needs to be recycled glass, it needs to be recycled plastic. So the authorities are the largest buyers of products on the planet. So that would be number one. The second, consumers, just be a little bit more critical with what you buy. If you buy something which costs €1 and it's a plastic item, it may be nice for the next 2 or 3 weeks for your kid to play with, and then it becomes waste. I'm not saying we have to give up luxury, but we have to just be more clever. Do you need a new T-shirt every 6 weeks, which is costing €2, or do you buy something much more sustainable? So fast fashion is a big issue, and it's a big creator of waste. And in the end, if we want really to go more circular, there's no way around the fact that we need structural sales markets and application markets. So next to prevention, because prevention of course prevails, there is a lot of things we can also make in a reuse. We can reuse products, we can use products more, we can design instead of one-way packaging, part of that could go to reusable packaging, some can go without packaging, some can go with other material packaging, that's all fine. But in the end, we need consistent sales market and long-time views on investments.
Hi, Bernard.
Hi.
You hear me? Okay.
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you so much for joining us. And yesterday, your roundtable was amazing as well. And you are always motivating, and you are really inspirational for us. And I just wanted to show you, we are following your footsteps.
I see you have the bottle in front of you. That's good.
Yeah, so we have the first pans already, and it's 100% pure TISA floating plastic waste.
Perfect. I'm so proud that all the work you have been doing and all the learnings there. That's so great. And I also was very pleased to see when Attila, I think in his presentation, said that you're also now converting the film into plastic waste bags. I mean, I remember that we helped you out with some bags for the 2019 collection, but it's of course much more clever to use waste which is regional and make that into new products. And I think this is the products you showed me when I think we were in Amsterdam, no?
Yes. Yes, exactly. And we are sorting by color, as you mentioned, and we have the first blanks. And
I saw that, and a beautiful boat. So congratulations. I mean, this is the way forward.
We just installed the first floating harbors on River Tisa, made of 100% floating plastic waste. So we are doing it just in small scale. But maybe later on. Basically, the environment here in Hungary for innovations and cooperation with the companies, it's I think much harder than in the Netherlands or in Denmark, because legislative and supporting background, economic background. It's not the same, but we are focusing on it and working hard to motivate them.
I know, and listen, we also took 20 or 30 years to get to a certain level. You may do that much quicker because you don't have to go through all the challenges and learnings we have to do, because we can help you already to take some larger steps. One thing, because I don't know how many people are in the audience today which are actually active cleaning up rivers and riverbeds and beaches and all those things. I imagine there are a lot. Some of you will come back with a few hundred kilos of litter. And some of that is coming out litter, and this is where the challenge starts, because, for example, the bales which we got from the PETKUPA 2019, we still have them partly in stock, and we combine it with the collections we do ourselves in Bulgaria and in Romania, where we had some collections, in order to run large batches. I think last year, give or take a bit, we had about 10 or 15 tons from Hungary as PET bottles. For you to imagine, if we put that into an industrial recycling plant, it takes us roughly 10 hours, 15 hours to process that. So we have to, this is what you have to understand. So if 200 kilos or 300 kilos is a lot of waste. But from looking to run batches on high-tech quality industrial scale, makes it hardly impossible to do that with small volume. So the more we keep material on land and the better we sort it on land, we can recycle much more. And then we have to combine it with the material we find in the rivers. But just running, because sometimes we have to disappoint people. They say we got 300 kilos of this or 300 kilos of that. It can basically only be done by hand. And of course we have done it in the beginning.
Thank you very much. We have two more questions, actually. I think the next one is also to you, and we will have another one for Emilke. So the question we got from Monika Subekova from Slovakia is, what is the impact of recycled plastic on chemical status of waters? Have they no negative impact, as e.g. dilution of DEHP from plastic bottles into water? If you are using recycled plastic for waterways building, thank you.
That's a discussion. Probably I will answer it in a more general term. Of course, having plastic in the environment, I think you've seen in some of the questions, there is a fear of breaking it down into kind of microplastic. The question, I think, from the lady from Slovakia is more: is there a migration of additives used in plastic into the environment? I'm the last to say it's impossible, but you need, of course, certain circumstances to do that. You need heat, and you need so some additives might migrate. Most additives actually don't, unless you have higher temperatures. But that's also why it's so important that we have the researchers and the academic world looking at that, because if the question would have been asked, let's say 10 years ago, my answer would have been no, impossible. Today, we learn more and we say there are things which we probably didn't know when we started as well. So all the research and all the things can help, and if we bring all this knowledge together, we can just make things better. And then if we come to the conclusion that some additives are not clever to use, we have to stop using them.
Great, thank you for that. And then I will pose the question to Emilke. Basically, the person asking the question is with the Tidy Up example, we see that there are projects at the beginning of the Interreg plans. How can you, with your example, at the end, being in the post-Interreg period, how can you sustain such a project? Thank you. I hope you are still with us.
Yes, I'm here, and thank you so much for the question. That's a really cool question, because we keep considering what is the way to sustain. And as I try to mention and highlight the importance of education, it's basically in the youth, in the new generations. Like we try to focus on educating kindergarten kids, and then primary school students, and then bring in to the lives of the young generations the whole idea to stay away from polluting and grab the waste what you find. Like what happens, we do a lot of excursions and we just clean up our environment. So we try to do it as a everyday habit, and I think that's the way to sustain. For example, in the University of Amsterdam, I try to sneak in the idea of sustainability. So all the case studies that we work on with students, they focus on ecology, sustainability, circular economy. So I think the more we talk about it, the more we do take actions, the more we can sustain. So, the idea there where in WISPO is that whenever you combine the conscious environment actions with leisure and sport activities, they actually become part of your life. So that's how we try to sustain our project. I hope I answered.
Thank you very much for your answer. Yes, I think that's such a key thing that you raised, that we basically have to talk about sustainability in every form and every option that we have and spread the word. With that, we've come to the morning session or end of our morning session. We will now go on a little bit longer break. Maybe you have time to warm up your lunch, and we will probably eat too a little bit. I'm looking at the crew. Hope to see you back soon. We will commence at 10 past 1. We will have 3 speakers in the afternoon. Please come back, join us. You'll have also the options to raise questions at the end. Thank you for being with us so far. See you soon. Okay, now we do see it. Great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time and your interest. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for showing the impressive video about the plastic cup. I'm the founder of Clear Rivers. The foundation started in the Netherlands about 6 years ago, and Clear Rivers stands already for our overall approach on marine litter, where the main aim of our foundation is to stop plastics from entering the seas and the oceans. And we're doing this by an all-inclusive approach with cleanups, litter traps, education, awareness, and recycling. We started everything by organizing cleanups already 6 years ago, mainly within our own hometown, Rotterdam. So in Rotterdam, we have a huge port, the Port of Rotterdam, and we organized the cleanups with individuals, but especially also with schools, so the educational system, but also with companies, primarily to clean up the river shores, but of course also to increase the awareness about plastic pollution. So the picture that you may see here is a cleanup that we organized together with the Port of Rotterdam, the Port Authority, also to make the authority really aware of the issues of plastic pollution and also to allow them to act on marine litter. Then when we started with organizing the cleanups, we saw that of course the plastic pollution is a constant issue. So the cleanups, they help, but we also saw that we needed a more structural approach. So we looked for a way in which we could retrieve the plastic pollution 24/7. And we found a way in doing so by developing litter traps. So we developed our own passive system to retrieve the plastics from the river and to prevent these plastics from entering the seas and the oceans. So the litter traps themselves, they work in a way that they use the existing flow of the river and they use the wind direction to retrieve and collect the plastics. And then once the plastic is kept inside the litter trap, it will not leave the system until we empty the litter trap ourselves and bring the retrieved plastics to the recycling facility. So we started this pilot with the litter traps about 3 years ago in Rotterdam with the first 3 litter traps. The main challenge was also to make the litter traps working in the changing stream direction and the changing wind direction. So from the beginning, we were able to capture the plastics, but it was rather challenging to keep the plastics inside the system. But luckily, after the first year, we tackled all the issues. So now it's a very good and solid working system. And the litter traps in Rotterdam, they're currently emptied on a weekly basis, collecting about 1 cubic meter each time. Then also we started to implement our expertise and techniques abroad. So we also started a project in Brussels, Belgium, where we were also able to implement a litter trap in collaboration with the Port of Brussels. And also there we see the system working very well with a litter trap that has to be emptied twice a week already. So there we see even a larger accumulation of plastic debris going to the channel of Brussels. So when we started the foundation and started the project about 6 years ago, of course we had the intention to find a local approach to marine litter. But of course, we also wanted to make an impact abroad. So dealing already with plastic pollution in Belgium really helps. But of course, we also see that the plastic pollution is even a larger problem in the other continents. So for example, in Asia and South America. That's also why we started a project 3 years ago in Ambon, Indonesia. Ambon is one of the So there we worked with the local community. So we worked with the local city, but also with a local research institute and a local university to develop the same kind of litter traps, but then with the local material and also local budget to see if the system would work. And also there we see the effectiveness of the litter traps. The litter traps there are still working, but they're also now emptied already twice a day. So there you already see the increase of plastic pollution, and that there even such a system is even higher needed than within the Netherlands or in Belgium. So also recently we started a new project, a new collaboration in Malaysia on Borneo, where we are also working together with a local organization. They worked with us also for the realization and implementation of litter traps with local materials. They implemented the first one, I think about 2 to 3 weeks ago. And actually this morning I got the good news that they already implemented the second one. And also there we see that the litter trap is being emptied at least on a daily basis. We're also still moving ahead within the Netherlands. And also just this, or actually last month, we have been granted with a new litter trap implementation, which is currently in preparation. And this litter trap will be the largest litter trap installation within the Netherlands so far. We are planning to make this installment also within the Port of Rotterdam, where we still see a large accumulation of plastic debris. And this litter trap will specifically protect a tidal park, a new green area within the Port of Rotterdam, where we see that normally this new green area would really fill up with plastic debris. And now we are preventing the plastics from entering this new natural environment. But also by capturing the plastics at the location, we are also preventing that these plastics would otherwise reach the North Sea. We are still expanding internationally, so we're also further developing our litter traps. We started with a litter trap that was very suitable for implementation within Europe. We made a more modular system that's very easy to be shipped abroad. So that's also something that we're planning to implement in Indonesia and Vietnam. But we're also already developing larger systems that has to be emptied on a less frequently basis. So they'll have a larger capacity and will also be able to deal with larger volumes of plastic litter. Then moving ahead with the third point of our approach is the education. So we find a direct approach in the cleanups and in the litter traps, but we also see that we really need to educate the next generation, not only to make them aware about plastic pollution and its needed solutions, but also to educate the next group of professionals. So we are working together with all different levels of the educational system, really from the youngest generation to the bachelor and master students, also to really prepare them to work on the plastic pollution issue, to work with us in finding new solutions, finding new innovations, and also to expand our international reach. Besides the education, we're also working on the awareness, which is already created in the cleanups, but also by implementing the litter traps and showing how much plastics we are retrieving. But of course, we're also stimulating the reduction of plastic use to also offer alternatives for single-use plastics and to move forward in the reduction of the use of plastics. For the recycling, we see it's very important, of course, to retrieve the plastics from the water base, but it's important to also reuse or recycle the plastics that we are taking from the water. We see that this is already important within Europe, but this is especially very important in the less developed countries, where we implement the litter trap, and there is no, let's say, solid waste treatment in place. Still, then we would run into the issue that we're taking the litter from the water, but then at the same time, we would not know where to take the litter or where to take the plastics. So also we started with a first pilot here in Rotterdam, where we would retrieve the plastics from the local river, but also recycle it products. And the first product that we were able to introduce was a floating park, completely made with the recycled plastics. So in that way, we have been able to retrieve the plastics locally, but also to recycle it locally and to reuse it locally to a durable new product. And in this case, it has the extra value that also the floating park improves the ecosystem. It improves the living conditions within the Port of Rotterdam. And it also shows how much plastic pollution we are retrieving. And at the same time, it shows the recycling potential. The realization of the park, we saw a necessity to keep on innovating also on the recycling part, because the recycled park was very usable and very effective for Rotterdam, but also now, especially with the projects also in Asia, we see that there is a higher demand for different kind of products. So we are exploring other techniques and other innovation to make to expand our reach of other durable products. The second product that we were able to launch was a recycled bench, recycled sofa, also entirely made with recycled plastics. For this, we use the technique of large-scale 3D printing. So of course, that gives a lot of freedom in the shape or the design that you would like to create. And at the same time, you are able to use different kind of plastics for the product that you are realizing. And also now we are developing building materials, also mainly to deal with the issue that in a lot of the regions where we are active in Asia and South America, we see that the biggest plastic pollution is there, or the biggest concentration of plastic pollution is there, where also people are actually living in slums, or at least the housing is very poor. So there we are introducing an effective way to recycle plastic litter directly, also to actually prevent these plastics from ending up in the waterways. But in this way, the local community will be able to retrieve their own plastic litter, to recycle it in the spot, and then at the same time, they will be able to improve their own housing in a simple technique with very less effort. So this is, let's say, a technique which is very accessible also for the local organizations and the local community. And then building their houses will just be a simple way of stacking the blocks together. And then the final product for now are our litter traps themselves. They're also made with recycled plastics. So also the litter traps themselves are a result of durable recycling. And we specifically made the litter traps also with the recycled plastics because we still see that it's a very durable product. It creates litter traps which are very cost effective, low in maintenance, and at the same time, of course, also very effective in the retrieval of plastic pollution. So also by introducing litter traps from the recycled plastics, we can create the full circle again, and we are able to capture more plastics by implementing new litter traps. But also then we can reuse the captured plastics again to introduce more new litter traps. Also now we are still expanding our international projects, and I'm very pleased to mention or to present to you that we have a project also in preparation in Budapest. So we're planning the installment of a litter trap in the Danube River. Just in front of the Budapest University of Technology and Economics. And there we found a possibility to implement the litter traps to also retrieve the plastic pollution that's going through the Danube River, or at least a large part of it. And we're very pleased that we can announce this project, hopefully to start within the beginning of next year. And then we will also, of course, have the first project in so Clear Rivers is a collaborative organization. We are doing all our projects in collaboration with mainly the local organizations. So by doing so, this guarantees the durability, but also the continuity of the projects. And at the same time, it guarantees the local commitment. So also for the project in Budapest, we're very happy that we're able to collaborate with these very solid local partners that will help us for the realization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ramon, for your presentation, and we are really looking forward to having you in Budapest. We will have some Q&As, hopefully. So for those of us who just joined us, I would like to kindly remind you that there is an option of sending us questions through our chat line. So Ramon, if you have the time to stay with us, then around 2 o'clock we shall have some questions, hopefully, for you. Our next speaker will be Miklós Gyalai Korpos. He's the project leader of Future Plastic Limited, and he will discuss and talk and show us about removing plastic.
Thank you and good afternoon all. Hope you are still with us, even though I cannot see you. Like the stage feeling this virtual conference. Now here I have my presentation. In my presentation, I would like to introduce you a very complex research and development project that aims to tackle the issue of riverine waste. This project feeds from the experiences of Plastic Cup. We heard it many times today in the previous presentations. And now we are using the navigation experiences gained during the Plastic Cup. Namely, there is a boat called Petényi, which are made of trash and eating trash, because from this boat we are cleaning up the river. And even we had last year a winter action where we tried to collect floating waste from the river. So this was basically the motivation behind this research and development project. The project is a 3-year project, and despite that it's very ambitious. We have 4 objectives. First, we are aiming to learn the river through hydrological modeling and understand how is the waste moving. Once we have that, we are installing cameras to keep a remote eye on the plastic food to learn when we need to intervene. Then thirdly, we need to also act and clean up the river and collect the floating waste from the surface. And also we are aiming to a little bit to make easier the sorting of the waste by the use of sensors. Now in this presentation, as we are only after the first year of the project, I'm going to introduce the first two objectives and shortly the third one. Sorry. So about the hydrological model, we modeled the Hungarian section of the river Bodrog, which is a tributary of the Tisza River, and basically from the Hungarian border till Tokaj, which is the estuary to the Tisza. You can see on the picture the floodplain. This is a fully flooded condition because in the model we use a high water level when the waste is coming. And on the picture you can see the modeled area with the different height of water in the floodplain. Actually, you can see that the blue line is the river itself, which is pretty small compared to the whole floodplain area, which can be covered by waste. So why we can use this model and why it's good to have this model that's trying to understand that's how the waste is moving downstream, because firstly we can understand the speed of the spread of the waste. So when it's going to reach a certain point down the river, you can see an example on the picture how long the waste is floating in certain hours. Then secondly, we can also understand where is the best point to intervene when the waste is floating in a narrow path close to the shore, where it's easier to catch. So this is the second reason we are working on this model. And thirdly, we can also learn where the floodplain traps the waste and where there could be polluted areas in the floodplain. Of course, we need to manage these outcomes with caution, because in this later case, we cannot consider the vegetation in the modeling. So it's only about the hydrological and terrain conditions in the model included. So we have the first version of the model, and now we are about to validate that, and also working on the camera system that's watching the river and notifying us when waste is coming. We installed the first prototype in May 2020, also at the river Bodrog. Basically, it's a normal camera with a motion sensor, and the pictures are uploaded to a server and we analyze that. So the aim is to alarm about events on the river, not just about waste, but probably also about ice and other conditions. So the camera is in a motion recognition mode, and we could not really imagine before we start this how challenging is filming the water, because it's a reflecting and waving surface, and there are also other moving objects around. So you can see an example there. On these pictures, the camera captured the boat, and you can see the masked version where the blue is the moving object. So because of that, there are many unnecessary pictures taken and transferred, which needs a lot of bandwidth and data transfer. So we are now working on an edge computing method in order to only forward the useful pictures. But before that, a few other interesting pictures. Now you can see a very curious insect looking into the camera, for example, or some kind of waves that also was seen as motion on the river. But luckily the camera is also working what we developed. This picture was taken end of June this year. This is a flooded condition, and you can see a lot of waste arrive downstream the river these days. Now also some pictures about the image recognition, which we will apply as an edge computing method to reduce the number of pictures transferred. It's very beginning this development, but now we have the first results. I'm not an expert of this image recognition, so I cannot really tell you more about the pictures, but you can see that now the plastic bottles are more or less recognized. It's not implemented yet on the site, but we'll do later. And yeah, the third objective was to clean up the river. For this reason, we have started developing a boat that's able to remove the floating objects. We are now in a preliminary concept design. Hopefully by next spring, we will have a prototype on the river. But at the moment now we have a model, and I'm really nervous at this moment because now we are aiming to demonstrate you and show you live how this model works. So for this reason, we have built a pool that you can hopefully see. And actually, it's really difficult to mimic the conditions of a river in such a small water surface, but now it's somewhat floating. And also we have the boat model here that I'm going to put on water. And now the hard part is coming, because we can start now the conveyor, which picks up the waste from the river, and hopefully it really will pick up some waste. I need to somehow control the boat. Oh yeah, the first waste is picked. So yeah, I mean it's a small success, but still a success. As mentioned, we are only in the prototype phase. So yeah, this is basically the last part of my presentation, and I would like to thank you for your attention with this. So thank you.
Thank you, Miklos. That's great. It's fantastic that we see things live around us, and good luck with the project. Last but not least, we will hear from Joachim Kuden, Managing Director of EXPRA. Joachim will talk about best practices in EPR to improve the management of plastic packaging waste while implementing the new EU waste legislation. Joachim, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you. I'm very happy that you invited me, and big sorry that I'm not able to be with you in beautiful Budapest, of course.
Well, hopefully in April we will get the chance to meet in person. We hear you well and see your presentation well, so the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And of course, it is quite difficult to speak after two presentations which show really fantastic projects on the ground, doing the tough and fantastic work, and I really feel embarrassed somehow, especially seeing the waste in our developed countries where we have or should have appropriate waste management systems. So where somehow a lot of these waste should not end up in the rivers and in the sea. So I cannot share with you fantastic action somehow like my two previous speakers, but can inform you about some action that we and my members are trying to do to avoid that too much packaging waste and waste is ending up in the oceans.
Please do not underestimate your work. So we're really looking forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, I'm again trying to share it. Yeah, EXPRA, just very shortly what we are doing. We are a club, an alliance of 27 members at the moment, members and partners, and the latest just joined from Chile, because Chile has started an extended producer responsibility legislation as well, and industry has answered to this new challenge and they are in the process of founding a producer responsibility organization. So I think this is good news that also non-European countries are more and more taking care, especially industry as well, to solve this problem of packaging waste and to turn it into a solution and going away from problems. Extended producer responsibility, a buzzword very often used in Brussels at the moment as the solution for many of our challenges. And I just would like to remind you quickly what EPR is. And it's an individual responsibility that is given to companies putting packaging or products onto the market, and they are not only responsible for the usual, for designing a good product and selling this then to the customers. They are also now responsible for the end of life management of these products, and so that they can take care of this task already when they design the product or the packaging. A part of these responsibilities can be transferred to a collective entity, the so-called producer responsibility organization. And we, the producer responsibility organizations, we are fulfilling the transferred obligations on behalf of obliged in industry in the most efficient and effective way. For example, trying to comply with the collection and recycling targets set by the national governments. And the interesting thing is that the costs for these activities are internalized into the product price, like the costs for the materials, for the electricity, for the stuff. So when the consumer is buying the product, these costs are already a part of the product price. And in the optimum case, such a system looks like this slide. It's like a circle, and so EPR is also seen as a tool to make the circular economy for packaging for products a reality. But with every circle, I think the most difficult thing is to start to keep it turning, and to keep it turning in difficult times as well. And my members are trying to do this by collecting the necessary funding from the so-called fillers, bottlers, importers of packaged products, and pass it to the operations where the collection, sorting and recycling of packaging is not self-funding, which is not the case at the moment, and probably not in the next 20 to 30 years. So passing money to local authorities who are responsible for the collection and sorting of packaging, if necessary, paying the recyclers to do the job, or sometimes receiving money from the recyclers if the sorted fractions have a value. And I think the difficult task is also to keep this wheel, this circle turning, especially in times like today, when the oil prices for virgin plastic are so low that it is really tough and difficult for recyclers to compete with this. Here we have to increase the funding to keep this circle turning, because the last thing we can do is to ask the consumer to stop sorting their packaging. And this leads me to a very important other point. Such an EPR system is only functioning in a good way if all the stakeholders are supporting. So if one of the stakeholders, let's say the consumer, which is from my point of view the most important part, if they are not supporting the system, if they are not doing the additional effort to sort the packaging, then the system is crap and it's not working. And the same with the local authorities, waste management. We all have to do our part of the work, and then the circle is functioning in a good way. Extended producer responsibility, as you can see in the last 20 years, it did a lot of development, a lot of governance and countries saw the potential of this economic tool, and it seems that we are on a good way to apply it for packaging and other waste streams in most of the countries in the world, to really ensure that we are making our packaging, our products more and more circular in the future, so that they are not wasted and hopefully not ending up so much as today in the landscape, in the rivers and in our seas. We are always wondering why these EPR systems are so much differing from country to country, and we have to understand why a system is designed in a certain way. In Europe, it is depending, of course, on the EU legislation, now with the minimum requirements for EPR system even more. Then, of course, the national member states, they have a lot of freedom how to design the system, but even then, there's still some room for maneuver for the owners of the respective PRO. So if industry is owning the PRO, they can take a lot of the decisions how to design it in the best way, short-term thinking, long-term thinking, and so on. And of course, we rely on a lot of our great local authorities, because they usually decide about the concrete collection system in their district, whether to collect by bags, by containers, by bins, weekly, monthly, and so on. So we have to work with them very closely together to find the best system for a city, a rural area, and wherever. Such a PRO has a lot of tasks, a lot of jobs to do. So usually they have to register all the obliged companies that want to use the services of this PRO. So we have to establish an appropriate data and reporting system, so that especially the authorities, but also the members and the inhabitants understand what are we doing with the money, what are we doing with the materials, and so on. These costs to run the system, these have to be paid by industry, and this is usually done by an environmental contribution, a fee that industry has to pay to the producer responsibility organization. And this has to be developed in a transparent way, especially that those who are paying the fee understand what is happening with the fee. And this has to reflect the various costs. Costs are differing, whether it is plastic or whether it is paper or glass or metals. So this has to be done in a transparent way. In the future, even more, because we have to eco-modulate our fees. That means that there should not be just a fee for plastics. There should be fees for the submaterials, so a special fee for bottles, a fee for flexible film, and so on. And again, related to the costs that this system. And of course, with the money, we have to establish and run a convenient collection and treatment infrastructure to fulfill the targets and to ensure that the packaging is becoming circular. So the final goal is that we are collecting and treating as much as packaging as possible. But it's not only to develop good waste management system. It is also extremely important to help industry to optimize their packaging in the best way. So design for recycling, design for environment, however you call it. Our big companies, I think they have a lot of research and development. They can do a lot of their own, but all the other companies need a lot of help and need a lot of tools so that they can optimize their packaging in the best way. And as I said, inhabitants are extremely important. So we have to run communication and awareness raising campaigns so that we all believe that we are doing the right thing. We believe that we do the right thing, then we do it in a better way, and we do it as a daily habit. Packaging directive, just to give you a picture how the situation looks like today. How did the member states implement the packaging directive with their freedom they had up to now? Most of them have chosen producer responsibility. Some have chosen 3 at the moment, a taxation system. which will have to change now until 25 with the new Waste Framework Directive. And of course, our friends in the United Kingdom, they have invented something totally different. They are trading more or less just certificates where a recycler can prove that some packaging has been recycled. They are in the process now to change this system. I think they are now since three years consulting how to do it in the best way, but hopefully they will come to an end and they will continue to be as ambitious as the European member states are. The results, it looks not too bad. So it looks like it is possible to reach the new targets of 50% plastic recycling, 55% in 2030. But please have in mind, these are the figures with the old measurement point. Old measurement of recycling means that you measure at the front door of the recycler. In the future, you measure before extruding, for example. So the difference is usually depending, for example, for plastics, on the concrete plastic material between 10–25%. So I think we will see totally different pictures of the performance in the future when we have to apply the new measurement point. Not to talk about that the Commission and Eurostat have announced to check whether the real data is reported, and probably some countries might have to stop to report collected figures, collected materials, which is of course again a totally different understanding of the current reporting measures. So a long way to go. This is for me an example of a member state which did a good job in the last 20 years, a steady growth, a continuous growth step by step. So you see there are long-term investments, and if this graph is continuing, this country will very likely meet the new recycling targets. And I think this is what we need. We have to do big investments, so we need a long-term understanding what our politicians, what our governments are expecting from us. As I said, up to now, incredible freedom for the member states how to do it. Even within EPR, we have EPR systems in the hands of obliged industry. So one producer responsibility. We have countries where you find several competing PROs. Some of them are owned by waste management companies or by unknown investors. Even in competition, you have different models. Germany and Austria, all the PROs are sharing one collection infrastructure. In other countries like Bulgaria, you have an exclusive agreement per PRO with one local authority, or in Estonia, you have a parallel infrastructure all over the country. In some countries, the operational responsibility is with local authorities. In others, it is fully with industry. So in the end, you have a variety of choices and options. And of course, each of these options has some pros and some cons. So that's why I wanted to share with you very quickly some best practices from my point of view. Belgium, for Plus, more than 25 years, they are active now. They have a special system for household packaging. Of course, they have an accreditation from the government who are describing in a very detailed way what Plus has to do and which targets and obligations they have to fulfill. They are signing up with a responsible industry here, the fillers, and collecting the necessary money from them, signing long-term agreements with the municipalities and the waste management companies, and they are responsible for the marketing of the sorted materials and are concluding contracts with the recyclers. Special system for each of the materials, because each of the materials has its own demands. A glass collection system all over the country with two color separation, paper and cardboard, collected separately, door to door, all over the country. Plastic bottles, flasks, metal packaging, and other plastics are collected together in the blue bin. And on top, they are supporting the recycling centers, container parks run by the municipalities. And all of this, as you can see, in the last 10 years, with a very good performance for Plus, or Belgium is always amongst the top countries in Europe with the performance. And one of the reasons why is that they are investing a lot of financial and human resources into national campaigns to motivate the people to sort the packaging in the right way, not to litter, and to do it as perfect as possible. Also in Czech Republic, there is a one producer responsibility organization. Also here, the municipalities play a very important role. So Ecocom has very close contacts with the local authorities in Czech Republic, and they are helping them in the best way to establish a system. They are also running these collection system mainly via container collection, very closely to the households, separated by the various materials. As you can see, blue for paper, yellow for plastics, green and white for glass, and a special collection even for beverage cartons. And you can see all the efforts since 1997 are paying off. They have a continuous, quite high consumer participation in the waste sorting, 73%, but you can see there's still some room for improvement, and they have to continue to work on this to get the participation close to 100% in the future. And you can see the efforts are paying off. Every year, the people are collecting more and more packaging separately, now nearly 50 kilo per year. But of course, this has to increase as well to meet the new European targets. And this is also due to the fact that the infrastructure, the bins, are increasing year by year as well. So you have to make it very easy for the inhabitants to sort your packaging. So the way you have to do has to be very small so that you have a good motivation. And one very unique system, the Spanish have a special system for glass, again concentrating a lot to treat the glass, which is very heavy in Spain. So they have treatment plants and glass packaging factories all over the country where they can easily transport and bring the collected glass packaging waste. And also here, I think it is important they have a lot of containers so that it's easy for the people to bring their used glass to the next container station. And you can see as well a steady trend to collect and to recycle year by year more and more. And again, this is especially because of the big number of awareness campaigns that they are running year by year. They do a lot of training of kids in school. They have special programs for kindergartens, special programs for schools, because if the kids are your friend, if the kids are supporting your system, these kids will push the parents and the grandparents as well to do the right thing. So there are a lot of good examples where we have already reached a lot, but of course we still have a long way to make our packaging fully circular. And one of these steps is to increase the recyclability of the packaging. We within EXPRA, all the members have developed a little tool where each company can test whether their packaging is really recyclable, because it is more than to find one professor with one laboratory to recycle one packaging. Nowadays, recyclability means that you can collect it, you are collecting it, you can sort it, you are sorting it, and that there is a market for the sorted packaging. So I think for many of our packaging we use today, we still have to invest a bit more in design for recyclability, in the sorting and in the recycling technologies. But we still face litter problem. We have seen it from the two presentations in the beginning, and we have to invest even more in the fight against litter. And all my members are very active there, because what is littered cannot be collected and cannot be recycled. So somehow a little failure every time for our collection and recycling system. So we have to explain the people why they should not litter, but of course we have to offer them enough collection infrastructure so that they can easily get rid on the go of their packaging or their other used waste. But of course we have to tell them, if you behave wrong, it will be enforced. We have to stop that it is socially accepted to litter, not only the cigarette butts, but all the other packaging as well. So then we get their participation, and the environment will benefit from this. And that's why most of my members are doing a lot of awareness campaigns, a lot of supporting cleaning activities. Especially Spain is one of the front runners there, and all these initiatives have, for example, joined under the Clean Europe network. I'm a personal friend of them, as Joachim Quoden, to support them, because I think we will have to continue, unfortunately, for a long time to clean up our area until we are ensuring that we are able to collect nearly 100% of our packaging. A lot of new policies have been approved in the last two or 3 years. A lot of legislation has been done. The member states have to implement it now into national law. The new packaging directive, waste framework directive, single-use plastic directive. A lot of other strategies are published, and we are really trying to make our economy circular now. And it will be very difficult for all of us to implement it. Luckily, for extended producer responsibility, the European Commission and the other bodies have given us even more guidelines, more guidance with the minimum requirements for EPR. And I think if all the member states are implementing this minimum guidelines, then our systems will look much more comparable as before, and most of them will do a much better performance as we see today, because these minimum requirements have been developed using the best practices from the front runners. But still there's a big job to do it.
Lost your voice for a second.
Using as much as possible best practices, trying to avoid national experiments and standalone ideas, and decrease, even stop the landfilling, because what is landfilled is very difficult to be recycled. The packaging value chain, the companies, they have to do their bit as well. I've seen in the last 2 years an incredible move, because companies have understood that they have to do it, that they have to do their part. They cannot wait for the others. So for all the materials, you find now platforms where best practices are shared, where obstacles to increase the recycling are identified and are trying to overcome. But of course, we need the local authorities as well. If they are not doing their part, if they are not implementing separate collection, and not only for packaging, for bio-waste, for textiles, batteries, only if you have a comprehensive system where all the valuable waste is separately collected, then you get the best performance also for packaging. They have to communicate and they have to teach their inhabitants as well, with the support of the producer responsibility systems. If possible, pay as you throw is very often a good way to motivate our inhabitants as well. Not to talk about the ban of landfill. And of course, we have to enforce against people who are still continuing littering, even continuing to do the wrong sorting. Sometimes enforcement and punishment is necessary as well. Of course, the EPR systems, we have to do our job as well, improve day by day look for new ways to improve the collection, the sorting, and recycling, motivate companies to use recyclable packaging by introducing now the eco modulation of the EPR fees, increase our efforts in communication and awareness. But of course, we need for all of this a good legislation, a safeguard that our investments are done in the right way. Thanks a lot. This was only a very quick run through our world of EPR, and our motto from the beginning of EXPA is that partnership is key to success. We have to find the right compromises with all our partners, because otherwise the wheel is not turning, to go back to the slide in the beginning. And we have to keep this wheel turning to avoid the leakage of the materials, and to ensure that as much as possible is in the circle, so being circular. Thanks a lot.
Joachim, thanks a lot. As I said it before, I knew that you will be giving a great presentation, and I have to say that my brain is racing, because you've said so many things that are so interesting. No, in a totally good way. I wish I could reflect on a number of things that you've just said. But what I just like to tell you that it's fantastic that you've shown us so many great initiatives that are already in the implementation phase, which just shows us that there are already a lot of great examples to follow, and also that we have a lot of work ahead of us. Not only us here, but just everybody who is listening probably agrees with me that we have a lot to do. You just pinpointed all the issues that we have to take upon us, and I hope that all the things that you've shown us all the EPR examples are just the beginning of a mega trend that we are about to see. And because we haven't had any questions for our last three speakers, I would like to very much thank you for your participation and for your very interesting presentations. At the beginning, I have promised that we might have a surprise for you. Well, that might is a reality. And we will now switch and move our location to the river of Tisa and see the guys working there. Hopefully our connection will be working. So I pass on the floor to the guys on the floodplains.
Hello everyone, I am Bence Pardi from Hungary, and now me and my friends are here in the forest near the Tisa Lake, and we are trying to collect the plastic bottles. It's not so easy because these bottles are under the leaves and it's hard to find them. We are doing it in all year, and we can 10-15 bags collect 10-15 bags per day, and now it's easier because there are no mosquitoes and the temperature is cool, so now it's easier to collect the garbage. And after then we're trying to recycling these bottles and other plastic stuffs. Now you can see there are many plants. So sometimes we can find bottles after the voice of him. This garbage, it comes from Ukraine, but there are Hungarian people who pollute the river as well. So we are trying to collect as much as we can, and that's why we fighting against.
Thank you guys for the work that you're doing, and we are sitting here in a warm studio, whereas you are out there in the cold doing the work for us. I think in the name of everybody, we can really just say that we really much appreciate your work, and really keep up the good work. We know that you are doing this the whole year around, and it's also fantastic that we were able to see you live. Thanks again for making this happen.
Thank you.
And with this, we are coming to the end of today's event. As you know, this is just the kickoff. Our work is, well, we've been working on this for 7 years, but our work in this program is just starting. And I'm saying we, and as I say that, I started this day as the moderator, but now I feel like an honorary member because my heart is totally with the project. So you see this work that we've just seen on the video or in camera live will continue throughout the whole year, and will continue on next year. These guys will be collecting trash on the side of the Tisza throughout this whole time. But we also want to continue the cooperation with all our partners. Our goal is to raise the level of recycling, of collection, of prevention. As part of our Interreg work, we are compiling the river cleanup handbook and working on that hard. We are also commenting and making suggestions on international legislative backgrounds. We are in the planning process of our floating exhibition. And there are lots of things that are in the pipeline, and we'll keep you posted throughout all the coming months, weeks and months and years to come. And well, hopefully we will meet in person in April. So as a reminder, the 28th and 30th of April 2021 is when our Öko-Industria 2021 will take place. And I would like to thank everybody for their participation today, whether you were a viewer, a presenter, or a helping hand here in the studio. I think we've had a very fruitful discussion and looked at all the problems, and hopefully we were able to show us many, many solutions. We are in this together, and well, if we don't see each other at the Öko-Industria, hopefully we'll see you at the Plastic Cup next summer at Tisza. We'll be there. Thank you very much.